grievous injuries. I mean, hopefully it's not bad. But anyways, so welcome everybody to today's session. We are in the middle of a fight.
Yes.
But who wants to tell us how we got here? How did we end up in this situation? Basically, we started when you just arrived in town.
Yeah, basically, we all started feeling very sick as we were approaching the town, and got worse in the morning. We talked to some of the guards around there, and they basically said, "Oh yeah, it's been happening to everyone. There's a medicine you can take in the city." So we went and found out where that was and took that. And I guess while we were also searching for that, Crenshaw was following leads for his mother. So the whole journey for the medicine resulted in a couple interesting things. For one, we found out it was just Arcanium, specifically the counterfeit stuff that we had been seeing since the recipe was released. And we found out, in fact, that, yeah, people are jipping on the recipe because Pyrus just straight up died.
Yep. But he got better.
Yeah, he got better thanks to Mervyn and a diamond that we had at the time. To which we've discovered, of course, that, yeah, this is not necessarily an uncommon thing that's been happening for people taking this medicine, but it's basically been chalked up to people taking too much. And so they've been, dodging the responsibility for it. We decided to basically secret in our copy of the original recipe in the hopes that it's just a case of people not having the correct information rather than people just trying to skip out on costs. And then we went to the marketplace to try to basically stock up, see what's available before we head on our way, and found out that there was going to be a tournament of sorts the next morning here, where the prize is apparently basically just, honor and glory and potentially respect of the people. And so, decided to enter partly for Crenchard's benefit, basically in hopes of being able to, with that title, help find more information for him there. Turns out the first round here has been a 6-on-6 match, so we were joined by one of the locals who wasn't necessarily happy to have our help, but tried to make the best of it. And yeah, we
destroyed Todd.
Yes, he used Todd as a weapon to attack another one of the people, and Todd is currently non-operational.
Yep. Yeah, that's pretty much it. Welcome in, HJ. Hopefully you're all right.
I'm bad.
But yeah, that is pretty much it, and we are in the middle of the fight here. Basically, you've gone 2 rounds now. It's been a bit of a clash of different abilities, different things. Your opponents seem to be a little bit like disorganized. they seem to be a little bit all over the place, but they also some of them seem to be pretty strong. And yeah, Todd has gone down, but so did Gormor the Savage on the opposing force, as well as Selby did a little trick, which I'm sure everybody found to be a very honorable way to eliminate a combatant.
I wanted him to go onto the spikes, but the spikes are not an option, so I was like, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, it worked.
It's all according to rules.
Okay, I can just do that. You know, I have the scatter spell prepared, so I could just teleport everyone out and we will win.
Well, I mean, you should keep like forcing people out, but I would do the non-spellcasters.
Another thing to consider is that we might not get a chance to rest before the next rounds.
Yeah.
We don't 100% know that yet.
No,
Depends
no.
on the
we
round.
say
We might
we'll get
get a
Depends on the
short
round.
rest. Yeah, we might get a short rest, I think, but long
If it's
rest.
all
yeah.
of us move to the next round, it could be 2 of us facing off and then the other 4 rest. From our team of 6.
We'll see. We'll see.
Well, I don't think. Well, I mean, the battles last so short. I don't think we could even do a 10-minute in the lamp.
If they all
We'll
bundled
see.
up together, we could always have a short rest. You know how I'll put them all in a force cage and then we can rest. We literally sit outside and rest.
That'd be so funny.
Yeah. Anyway.
Anyways, let's
That's
start.
not a terrible plan. It's not an awful plan.
Let's start
let's
with
start
round 3. So we start off with Maglu, the Outcast again. I gotta pull out things. Who's Maglu?
Good question.
Maglu was the
This one.
female half orc.
Yeah. I know. I just don't know the Yes, the silver greatsword. Yes. So should mention it again that Ina Fardo here planted down this spectral banner, which seems to be doing some effects around it. It seems to be near the banner. It's giving like bad vibes to you, and it does seem to be giving some good vibes to the opponents. Maglu is going to probably just attack Crenshaw with some big slaps. Why not?
Bring it.
We'll go. So Maglu comes in with an attack of that is a hit on you. Definitely, you have 23, right? Your AC. Still a hit. Your AC is not that high.
My AC currently my AC is 23.
Yeah. So you take 13 points of slashing damage and 17 points of psychic damage.
All right. Is the warding bond still on? Let me check. In my notes.
Yes,
Yes,
it
it's
is.
still on. So how much damage for slashing damage?
13.
13. So that's
Yeah.
6.
6, and Mervyn takes 6.
Yes, and then psychic damage.
Was 17.
So that's 8.
8 for you and 8 for Mervyn. And then I actually forgot about the warding bond completely, but I think we know where this is going then, because Magnus is just going to do a couple of more attacks here. Unfortunately. Oh, that's yep. Ooh.
Does the warding bond end when you go unconscious?
Probably.
I
believe
think
so,
so.
Because otherwise, I'll.
It's
auto-fail.
concentration, so yes.
It's not.
But you said
It's
you.
not. It's not concentration.
Then why haven't you? Okay.
Wait.
I can
Actually,
dismiss it as an action, and I've
That's
been
what I'm
hoping that I can
thinking.
just.
Yeah.
I was hoping I can just get far enough away from him, but
I'm
that
I'm
didn't work
thinking,
out. So.
isn't it like because it's like it involves like rings? I think
Right.
maybe if I take
Yes.
off that ring.
You could take off the ring, yeah.
Too
I-
late anyway.
I
The
hope.
spell
I
ends
wish
if you
I
drop to
thought about.
0 hit points, or if you and the target become separated by more than 60 feet. It
Oh, that's
also
right. You were
ends if the
trying to get
spell is
away.
cast
That's why.
again on either of the connected creatures. You can also dismiss the spell as an action. And then in the components, it says that it's a pair of platinum rings which you and the target must wear for the duration. So if you take it off.
Damn.
Okay.
I wish I thought about it earlier.
So, Maglu comes in with an attack that actually surprises Crenshaw a little bit and strikes you with great power. And you take, I guess all the damage will roll in, and then Mervyn will die. So you will be halving all of this damage anyway. Still, but you are going to be taking.
It's actually a great time for the crit.
You take 12, so 24
Thank
points
you,
of
Left Diver, for the follow.
damage. So half that to 12.
12, okay.
Yep, you take 12 and Mervyn takes 12. And then for the psychic damage, you take you take 39, so that's 19.
Okay.
19 points of psychic damage, and Mervyn takes
Because
more
this is
damage,
part of
more
the
dying
same-
damage.
Because this is part of the same attack, the psychic damage doesn't give me a death save.
No,
right?
no, no.
Okay.
Yeah, the extra damage really only would have mattered if it would have somehow gotten over your, max hit
Yeah.
points.
Yeah, Mervyn is dead for now. All right, and then Maglu goes in for one more attack, which then is going to hit you at full strength, I suppose, if it hits. And it doesn't. It does not.
Yes, yes.
And then Maglu is going to stand there menacingly. Now we have Kerr over here, who had what from Pyros? Couldn't
Moving
move, or
blade.
else would be taking damage, right?
Yep, so if he moves, he takes 10 damage.
Sorry, what's the spell?
Booming Blade.
Can you post it in chat? I'm wondering if
Yeah, it was just a little bit up here, but I'll go ahead and just post the description again. I apparently
Yeah.
forgot to open the sheets.
because I'm mainly just like thinking about would Kerr like know to stay in place.
That would have been a lot more damage if that was.
Sheathed in booming energy.
Whatever that means.
Okay, so I'm not really sure, but there
Your
is
EDM, from that fight.
There's some sort of energy around it.
Yeah, I suppose some sort of energy field around that's like you would probably realize that you don't want to no sudden movements. So in that sense, Kerr's just gonna slap Pyros. Yeah, I guess just tries to come in with the lance again, which is not made for this close encounters. Your AC was
Currently 16.
16. Well, that still hits. You take 7 points of piercing damage. And then it's Celery.
I'm gonna move. Before I move, I just want to know where I end up. Maybe here. Yep. Okay, I'll move there for now. I cast this, and I can hit all of them except the mage at the back. Does any of them have blind sight? Otherwise, I'm just gonna triple roll all of them.
Not that you know.
That's the best spell. That is the best spell.
And also, no, they do not.
Okay, crit fishing. Let's do Storm Talon first. I'm not sure if it matters that I crit. No, doesn't crit, but that's on Storm Talon.
I mean, it matters. If you crit, it's double damage.
Kerr falls down from the sky.
This is on Talaba.
Yes, another point.
Uh,
Damn. That's damage.
25 to hit Talabah.
Yeah.
This is on Maglu. Ooh, please hit. Please hit. 12 plus 9 minus 1. 20 to hit Maglu.
Yep.
Oh, still hits. Great. Oh, I didn't even crit. Okay, Anna. This one is on Anna. Crit. Crit. Or not. Crit. 20. 20. 24 to hit Anna.
Yeah.
Okay. I end that Stillwind Strike here. I still have 5 feet of movement. I'm gonna do that. And then I'm going to face that so they do not know where I end up. Yeah, so face that. I don't think I need to do a stealth check, but I'll do it anyway.
Sure, do it anyway. What if
Because I didn't say I'll move. I didn't say I'll move, so I'm like, yeah.
What if Telbag has blind sight up to, what is that? 35 feet. Just randomly. All right, Talabah. First of all, is Talabah now? Yeah, Talabah is bloodied by that attack. Everybody is a little bit confused about like what just happened.
I should have hit Brutalk as well. No. He doesn't know what came here.
Avenge Todd.
Okay, so Talabah is going to. Okay, now I think Talabah can do some cool stuff. Finally. Yes. Okay.
What, does she have pack tactics?
No, Talabah is now going to. Last turn, Talabah went in for like 2 slices and then pulled out a crossbow and tried shooting at invisible celery, missing. But now tries to shoot at visible Frid.
Mm-hmm.
Talabah.
She should be worried about Brutalk, though.
Yeah. I mean, she's worried about both Brutalk and Crenshaw. But she's also trying to snipe out the like back row here. Let's see. What's your AC now?
13.
Okay, no need to ask.
Same thing with a save. Unless it's a charisma save or maybe a dex save as well. Just assume I've failed.
Okay, so you take 9 points of piercing damage.
9. 9 to be on select.
And then I need a Constitution saving throw.
Well, I think we know where that's going.
That's reasonable.
That's a save.
Oh, wow. That's surprising.
Cool. Then Talabah goes in and She's kind of looking at Brutog and Crenshaw and decides that it's probably best to just gang up on one person and just go for Crenshaw. With
Go for it.
with a couple of slaps.
This is why I'm here.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay, so that's a miss and that's a hit. You take you take 9 points of slashing damage and 15 points of poison damage.
Okay, so
24.
Right?
Yeah.
It's whoa, suddenly got pretty hot in here.
Well, it's time for Crenshaw to have your revenge. Hopefully you brought your good dice today.
First, I hope so too. Hmm. Right. Well, the most wounded target just came closer, so
Oh.
I know my target. I will. Okay. I'll first of all, as a bonus action, basically Crenshaw just like swings his sword around, just making them like take a step back so he can take a moment to breathe, and I will use second wind. So I regain a D10 plus my fighter level, so 14. So D10, 5. Okay, 19. That's good. Might save me a round. Right. So first attack, as I like swung the sword, I grabbed it, just went in with a shoulder, and then slashed at Talaba. I will. I mean, she is not as heavily armored as Anna and Maglu, right?
No, chainmail.
Okay. I'll risk, because I really want to risk a Great Weapon Master. Yes, that's 24. That's 24.
That is indeed a hit.
And in that case, that means it's 23 damage.
Okay.
I will follow that with another slash with Worm Tooth. It's not that good. That's a miss, probably. I mean, definitely.
Yeah.
And another one about Great Weapon Master. That's a crit,
Nice.
which means, and I am a half orc, so I do have Savage Attack. So I do another 2d6. So that's that damage plus that damage. So that's 34 damage.
So Talaba had this ability to up her AC a little bit, but unfortunately I never was able to get it done.
Is your Wimp tooth like on fire or it's not set ablaze yet?
It
No,
is.
it's on fire, yeah.
Oh, okay.
You said on
They
fire at
would
the
have
beginning of the fight.
added. Yeah, you would have like added those dice as well, the 2d6
He
for
did.
the crit.
I did. It
Yeah.
That
If
was
you
just
look at the
savage
damage, it says
attack.
fire.
Anyways, Talaba is down. Do you want to do anything else?
That is all. I
Okay.
just again like raise. I actually probably do a lower stance to block the attacks. All right, who's next? I say.
Frid is next.
From where I am, no. Yep, everything's still in range. I'm going for a mass cure wounds. And we're casting this at sixth level. Yeah.
Woo.
Nice.
And targets will be my allies.
Excluding Brutal?
Including
Including Brutal?
him.
Am I in range?
You are in range.
So that's not 14, yes?
So how many people can you target with that?
I can target.
Whoops.
Let me put the description in chat. I believe it's a few.
It's 6. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, 30-foot radius. Yeah, 30
Is
foot
it 30
radius.
feet? Oh, I thought it was. No,
It's
Oh,
30
60,
foot
yeah,
radius,
yeah.
60
Okay.
feet away
Here
from
for
you.
radius.
So
So
I'm,
it's
I
a-
might technically
so-
need to move a bit closer.
Yeah, it's like a healing fireball. You can put it up to 60 feet away, but it only heals in a 30-foot radius.
So I would have
The
had
30
to
foot
move
areas would
like
hit
there.
all of you anyway.
That was my bad.
Yep.
So I would have been there.
I mean, it
It's
doesn't
not
have to be
necessarily
centered on you. Yeah.
Yeah, it doesn't have to be.
yeah.
You pick a point 60 feet away from you, and from that point, it's 30
Regardless,
feet.
I needed to be closer to both get Crenshaw and heal myself.
Okay.
So
Ah, yeah, that makes sense.
Does
is
that
it
work
really
on
only
Todd
that
too?
little? I don't know.
Well, 6 creatures of your choice.
1d. I would say yes if I'm allowed to.
Yeah.
No effect on constructs, unfortunately. Todd is dead.
3d8 plus 3 for charisma.
Oh yeah, it has no effect
Yeah.
on undead.
Oh,
or
so it
construct.
really is just
Oh,
absolutely atrocious rolls. I was wondering why the healing was so low, but I've looked
Yeah,
at what
just
the actual
horrible
values of the rolls
rolls.
are. Well,
51,
that makes
yeah.
sense. And I should add that back to myself as well then. So that's 14 onto myself.
Mervyn, that should be more because it's you have
Oh, yeah,
9. That
plus
should be
5.
that should be 14.
No. Wait, what? I added the 9. He rolled
Yeah,
9.
and then right above it says high
Yeah,
level cast.
High level
Yep.
cast.
Oh, got it.
Um,
Thank you.
And then for my bonus action, what was it? No, I've cast a spell. I would do nothing. All
right.
My turn.
Did the dog go away, by the way, when Mervyn went down?
No, he's not concentration.
Okay. So there's still a dog barking in the middle of the arena.
And
Don't forget
maybe that'll
that.
come into play next round. It's
Um,
okay.
all
I
right,
thought
Mervyn, you find yourself waking up on the floor after having brutally been hit by damage that you didn't even take.
Does warding bomb go off then? Like, is it still on when you
It's off.
when you come back?
No. The spell ends when
Comes
I go
back
to 0 hit
on.
points. Damn it.
You can cast it again.
Yeah.
Hey, he's still got the ring on.
Yep.
So Gormor the Savage
Is out of the fight.
is out of the fight. Does it seem like
If
I
you
were
want,
to-
you can go really bad and just start killing bystanders. That would be a Mervyn
What I
thing to do,
want-
yes?
No. What I want to know is like, does it seem like the reason he didn't try and re-enter is because he just can't?
The rules. Like,
just-
if you're out
The
of
rules stay
ring,
if you're out of
are-
ring, you lose.
Oh,
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, perfect.
So he's just
then-
like he's cursing at Celery for pushing him out and
You can't
And,
see
How does
it.
it know it's me?
yeah. well, whoever. And well, the one person who wasn't visibly casting spells and was invisible, so but also yeah, so yeah, Gormor just cursed at the situation, and the crowd went wild, and there were people booing and people cheering and everything. But yeah,
Probably some
Gormor is
laughing.
out,
Okay. So then
and you
We
are
have
lying
left-
on the floor.
we have Talbat. Okay.
And Magnum
Then-
and Telbag.
Telbag's not even bloodied. That's
He didn't take any damage.
No, he's taken a lot of damage. I shot him.
Oh.
I mean, a lot. Not really that.
I did a good amount for what I'm
Mm.
capable of in a single round.
Mm.
Yeah, tailback needs to go down.
Yeah, tailbag needs to go down. How far is tailbag from me?
He has already attempted to use 2 rather high spell slots, and
He could probably counterspell a vortex warp. Pretty, like he would do that.
probably.
Yeah.
You can't do it while he's out of 60 feet from you, so you can still cast it.
Well, like I can't. Well, I don't want him to just immediately counterspell it.
But
then-
You
counterspell
can't
has
because he's
range.
out of 60 feet. He's out of
Counterspell
60
is
feet
60
from
feet.
you.
Oh, you're right. I see what you mean. Yes. Okay. Then I will do the same trick and vortex warp tailbag out of the ring, right next to his ally.
That's the best tactic.
The crowd are gonna hate us.
You have to put him here because that's not far enough on that 90 feet. So you have to put him
Oh,
from
you're
there
right.
to
Yeah,
here.
I have to put
Yeah.
him over there. Yeah.
I am
You are
providing
correct.
some bloody combat. And you are with
Oh, and I'll get up too. I'll get off the ground.
Do you get up first, or do you cast a spell first?
I get
I
up.
don't think it
first.
matters, right?
It doesn't matter. No,
It matters for what Mervyn looks like doing this.
Just vocal and somatic components whilst on the floor,
yeah.
shouting loudly.
Um,
And my spell save DC right now is 20
nice.
because of the Arcanium.
Then it's a con save. So
And it's a con save for this wizard.
Maybe he needs a net 20 to save.
If it isn't a dumpster.
This poor little wizard, he's been counterspelled twice, and now he might be teleported out of the ring, unable to do anything.
just disrespect. What did he
That
roll?
face. Is that face bad for me?
yeah, it's so. I'll give it to you over the table here. So tailback does have a +1 to Constitution saving throw, so not like minus or anything. But I guess it's probably fair for you to be able to maybe guess something like this. But tailback happens to be practiced at resisting magical effects, so that came in at an advantage roll. First roll was 18, but then the second one was actually a 20. So
Or reroll his save. Let's reroll his
Yeah,
save.
sorry.
Yeah, does someone have something to make him reroll?
Let him reroll that save.
Oh,
Are you
okay.
close enough?
Oh yeah, and you're definitely in range.
Yeah, you are
And I'm gonna
definitely.
give
60 feet?
Crenshaw.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm gonna give Crenshaw the advantage.
That's so funny. No, you are gonna go outside.
No, what advantage?
Yeah.
On your next roll.
Next attack roll, ability check, or saving throw within 1 minute.
Okay, cool. Thank you. I know how I'm going to use it.
With Great Web Master.
Yes.
I almost
Don't
want
tell me
to. I honestly, I want to like screenshot this and send it to
Oh, he still
No,
passed.
no.
you.
Where?
What is this? What is this rolling? Like really?
So you rolled a 19 or 20.
I just want to do a cool thing.
Look, I'm trying to. Look at those. Look at those rolls. Look at those rolls. It's. What can I do? What can I do? Just.
Oh.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
This is
My
fine.
hands are
Time
tied.
stone.
My hands are
Time
tied.
stone.
Sometimes the dice like to tell their own story.
He's now going to solo all of us with one spell.
Yeah. Okay, what else does Mervyn do then? That did not quite work out. The odds were in your favor, but it didn't.
Run! Run!
Do you have anything you can do as a bonus action?
Not without Todd. And also I
Run.
cast a spell, so like a lot of things are not. on
Don't be
the-
in the charge range of any of them. Run!
All right, fine. I am going to try and possibly get out of range of Telbag.
You only have 15 foot of movement left.
Oh,
Yeah,
you're
just
right.
go.
I only have 15. Yeah, let's go there.
Because unfortunately, half of 35 is 15 in D&D.
Oh no, sorry, my movement is 30.
I mean, still 15.
Oh,
It is.
why
it
did
is-
I think yours was higher? That must be Todd.
Todd has 40.
All right. Paros.
All right, so since Kerr has been taken care of, I guess I would have an idea that the banner is kind of what's been causing the weird burst of damage before we ended last week, right?
Mm.
Right. And saw that Enna obviously put that down, so I'm gonna try to focus down Enna. So let's go with the.
Or tailback. I'm sure your Eldritch Blast can hit tailback.
It could, but I'm currently more concerned with how much that did to everyone else there. But do I want to? Yeah, I'm not going to use any more of the actual spells right now. I'll just do the Eldritch Blasts. So 1, 2,
Crit.
and 3.
Yes!
Crit.
Yes!
And then I'll just move a little bit farther over here, and that'll be it for me.
All right. Let me just tally up the damage there.
Let's see, 16 plus 14 is 30, plus another 12 is 42.
Dear God.
Then we have your friend Brutog.
You suck.
If I were Brutog here.
You'd turn around and start hitting Mervyn.
No.
Only if there was someone else next to Mervyn, so that he could use them as a battering ram.
Yeah.
He's gonna use Crenshaw as a battering ram now.
Nope.
That's the only chops.
He's trying to come in and tackle Ina. And oh yeah, that's all the things at the same time. That's a miss. It's a miss. Okay, Brutog is coming in at Ina and successfully pushes Ina back 5 feet, moving in her spot, and is unfortunately all he can do for now.
Spectacular.
But he did
I
do
actually-
some damage on Ina, and is that actually enough to bring To... Nope. Telbag.
We're nice and spread out now.
Hold on a second. Let's see if Telbag can do a trick here. Just a moment.
So upset I couldn't get a good amount of the ring.
Happens.
Alright, well, unfortunately, Mervyn will survive. Telbag starts moving over here, walks up, and casts a spell. Says some words, I suppose. Yes, does all the things, words and gestures, and flaps around some material. Well, sure. I mean, Telbag uses material components. Yeah, what is a material component? Brings out a small crystal and casts a spell. Anybody?
I don't have reaction.
Not this time.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't have reaction.
Yeah.
I suppose I could try to identify it
Before you
just to be safe. So that's Arcana.
Yeah.
Okay.
Now you would probably know like spells that you like know already, but I don't know all of your spell lists, so you know. Anyways, you
Sounds like chromatic orb.
No. I guess you'll find out soon enough anyway.
Like a crystal out. Sounds like
I'm just
Yeah,
trying to
it's-
do the saving throw because I'm.
It is a cone of cold coming at you.
Ooh,
What?
it just hits everyone?
It's gonna hit a lot.
Is he a sorcerer?
It's
Or
gonna
is-
hit.
Or does
A
he,
wizard.
is he operating off of PC rules?
Who is he? Who is he attacking?
So the cone is targeting basically everyone. Mervin's out of range, but and Celery is behind, but you know. Else everybody needs to do a Constitution saving throw. Telbag just says, "Sorry here, buddies," as he casts the spell on his allies as well.
He's brave enough to do what I wouldn't.
Yeah.
That was going to be my opening move, a 7th level cone of gold. Someone ran into the fray.
Fruit's close enough to me that I'll add Flash of Genius to his roll.
I don't think it'll be enough.
Let me know.
You don't
Also,
think
I
17
can use lucky to re-roll that, so I will do that actually.
Does 17 succeed?
Yes. Why?
Oh,
Because if I fail, I can use Indomitable.
take
Ah,
off the
okay.
+1 though, because that was from Warding Bond.
Ah, yes, you are correct. Correct. So that's 16.
16 does not succeed, which
Well,
might
you
give you
Am I good to re-roll mine
give you an idea.
with lucky?
I will use Indomitable in that case.
Are you sure?
Yeah, I
Because
think-
because Flash of Genius will get you.
Who?
there.
Oh, that's right. You're at super high right now from the Arcanium.
Yeah.
Who?
My intelligence modifier right now is
Frid.
+7.
I have enough lucky charges. I might as well use it.
Let's do
I don't
this.
know.
Let's hold on, everybody. Let's do this one at a time, please, because we are having two conversations at the same time. Crenshaw, what do you want to do?
I will use. I would use Indomitable unless that Flash of Genius was for me. But I
Not
have
close
very
enough.
high modifier, so I just rolled really low. So I will just use Indomitable.
Okay.
And I will just roll again. And I rolled even lower.
Okay. And then, so Frid, do you want to use your lucky?
I do.
Okay.
16.
And I will use Flash of Genius to get you over the threshold.
Ooh.
On Frid. Okay. So Frid
Mm-hmm. I take half.
is the only one who saves, I guess.
What level he cast it at?
Even this level would be close to like 40 odd, close to 50 damage.
88.
That's like average. Yeah, average is like 50 odd, close to 40 odd, close to 50.
$88,
Yes.
32 is the average.
So you take, let's see, 65 points of cold damage, half on save. So Frid takes half.
Outcasted it. He outcasted it.
Or rolled really well.
Yeah.
I am
65 with
endangered.
88? No, that's not possible.
Right, so you said 65?
65
Yeah, so
over 2.
88 only reaches 64.
So do you round that up or down to 33 or 32?
32.
32.
You take 32. Everybody else takes 65.
I'm in danger.
Everybody kind of like surprised by this, and Brute Arcana and Maglu also of course attempt to dodge away.
Can I just say Crenshaw had advantage from my silvery buff, so if you use Indomitable, you get one more roll.
Oh, can we could we assume that
The original roll should have been at advantage.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
So can I just assume those two rolls were my first roll, my first advantage roll? So let's say I rolled 16 and 12, and can I try again with the
Sure.
with Indomitable? Okay. Let me check how it's specifically. Reroll a saving throw, so I still roll with advantage. And 22. Okay.
There we go.
So
Nice.
plus 33. Okay. I'm still in danger, but not in that much danger. Thank you. Thank you.
How big is Force Cage?
Doesn't hit all of them, that's for sure.
All right, then.
Wow, you're gonna die soon, it's fine. Just wipe them out with damage.
Then it is Ina, who actually did go into bloody there by her own ally. And so did Maglu.
That makes me a bit happy, but both of them act before me, so
And Ina, if you remember, is, well, let's say Pyros was prioritizing the right target.
Okay.
So Ina is going to, let's see, who do we have here? We have ta, 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 ta. Da, 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 da. With Crenshaw and Brutog. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Anna is going to go ahead and activate her banner, which is going to hit Brutog and Crenshaw. So Crenshaw, you will need to do a dexterity saving throw.
No advantage, so that's 3.
Why is it advantage?
It's not, so it's 3.
Oh, yeah, okay. That is a fail, unfortunately. The DC was not 2.
And it wasn't 3. No, it would be 3.
Yeah.
I would save.
So you take you take 70 points of radiant damage.
I'm down. Wait,
No, you're not.
I'm a half orc.
17?
Oh,
Did you say
17.
17?
17.
Yeah.
17. Oh my goodness, I heard 70. Okay.
I had 72.
I did.
Nope.
Okay.
That would be insane. Just from activating the banner.
Brutog also takes some damage there. But then Ina is going to follow up with a few strikes, and she shouts to her allies. She yells, "Focus them down one by one. We can still hold on. We can win the day." And she comes in with some slicing at Crenshaw.
My AC is now 22.
Yes. And she misses, hits, and hits. You don't have any resistances right now, right?
Nope.
Yeah. So you take 12 points of slashing damage.
From the first attack.
Yep. And then the second one is 14 points of slashing damage.
Okay. I'm still up.
Still up. And then she's going to... Brutog is in the way. No way to do any tactical repositionings here. Hold position. Maglu comes in and... I'm sorry. I think we all know where this is going.
I'm fine. I might survive it, actually.
That is a miss. In fact, the first one. The second one is a hit.
Okay.
So you take 29 points of damage.
All right, so I drop to 1 because I have relentless endurance.
And then the third.
If she misses, I stay. If not, then well.
I don't like that look.
I'm not looking. I'm not looking. Whoa, those damage dice are huge. It wouldn't matter, really. Wouldn't really matter. It didn't... Wait, no. No, that's just that. It did not hit. No.
Yes. Good.
Okay. Maglu, on the other hand, can do some tactical repositioning, and as such, moves over here. Celery.
I hated that she moved there.
They were in perfect spot.
Like,
I'm standing.
Oh yeah,
Alright,
you
I
could
wanna-
have caught them on the edge of an AoE.
I'm still standing.
like, does Crenshaw want to be there or try and hit tailback?
I'm probably gonna do the same trick again for tailback.
I
I
mean,
mean, Celery
other
is
two-
seeing Crenshaw take a lot of hits.
Yeah,
is
and
yeah,
his
the other
Crenshaw
two are
is
bloody.
Crunch like
completely-
blood, completely
yeah.
covered in blood, and just like.
Yeah.
Yeah, deal damage.
The thing
Deal
is,
damage.
after Magru moved, I didn't really want to do fireball. I didn't want to do
Don't do
fireball.
fireball, you can't.
You
Don't have
can.
magical potion.
Technically, you can. It's a question whether you should.
Yeah, I'll move up to range and then do the same thing. Still wind strike. Like maybe like here. Wait. Did I over move? I didn't want to use up all of my movement. Okay, that's exactly it. So I still have another 10 feet of movement. This again. Let's start with Maglu. Still wait, strike. Crit. No crit, but should hit. This is on Anna. Just not critting. I think it still hits, and then this is on tailback.
I love this spell.
You're doing tailback now? Oh,
Yeah, does a 20 hit tailback? No, actually it's more than 20. It's a 27, so it should hit.
In a different campaign I play, I took this as a bard. It's the best spell.
I'll stay there and then move 10 feet. This is my stealth roll.
All right, and that's the end of the turn.
Yep.
Mhm.
Did anyone go down?
Nope, but you did bloody Tillback.
Okay, this should be more hurt now.
Okay.
Crenshaw.
Who should I focus? I will focus on Anna.
You could
this time.
always just move out of range of them.
No,
Point.
no, I am not going to do that.
All
All right, I will focus on Anna. I will risk it because I'm probably going down just after that, so I'm going to risk it. First attack at Anna. Nope. 15. Nope. Nope. This doesn't. I need to ask my friend how he made it work. But no, that's all. I don't have really any bonus action. Nothing else left. I'm done. It's over.
Spent and done. You're still a target for an attack here. Somebody has to do an attack to bring you down.
Someone, yeah. So I'm still doing my job as a tank.
Yeah.
Someone still. It's
Yeah.
better me
And-
than anyone else.
Someone
Yeah.
does have to attack you.
Brian, no.
Wait. No.
So I'm gonna move here.
No.
And then-
Oh no! I know what's coming.
I'm going to use my breath weapon. So that's a 30-foot line where you need to make a dexterity save.
I don't need to make a dexterity save.
Okay, so you can take half as much on a successful,
Yeah,
so even
don't
if it succeeds,
bother.
he still goes down.
So we're at 14th level, so that's 4d6.
Your trusty. Well, I mean, you know what? Frid is somebody who can bring you up as well. So you know, Frid Frid
Crenshaw is
Frid is allowed to take you down because he can heal you.
True, he's
Crenshaw
not
is
using a spell, so he can use Healing Word right after this.
Almost
Crenshaw-
as if someone had thought of that.
Crenshaw does not take it
It's-
personally.
You wrote default.
Oh yeah, because
not
then you can heal
D6.
him, and then he still has to take another. That's so funny.
So yeah, I do that, and the DC for that save is 8 plus my con mod, which is currently 1 plus proficiency, making that 14. Not the most difficult thing, but
Mhm. And damage is-
You wrote the wrong dice. You wrote the wrong dice for your.
Yeah,
Oh
44
yeah, it's D6s, not
instead of-
D4s.
Oh, lovely. That is much better. Yeah, 4d6.
It's more than 9.
Oh, I said each other.
Is it
more
though?
than
Same
Mm.
It's exactly the same rows.
And
It's lightning,
Then-
right?
yeah, lightning.
Do
Do any extra if they are wearing metal?
give us do Crenshaw give us a dexterity saving throw as well. We'll see if you manage to try to dodge away from this
There's still
as you go
damage.
down. Yeah, but I mean,
Yeah, I did,
so
I
we
did.
know
Oh,
whether
Just for the visual.
yeah. Because everybody actually sees this coming from a mile away, and they sort of they see that like Frid comes in and starts charging a laser beam at them, and then they sort of try to dodge away, but
Take 9
not
damage.
not quite that much, and so they all take 4 damage, and Crenshaw is dead
And then I use
for good.
Healing Word. Oh, that's description. And I've got spell slots. Why not? Let's use
Why
a
bother?
third
He's gonna
level.
be taken down.
It's
Well, he
fine.
has
One
slightly
more
more
round
health.
is one more round. Yeah.
Slightly
might
more
dodge.
health.
I might dodge. Who knows?
Oh, just take the. I mean, they're gonna
Yeah.
go before you.
Who cares? Let's use third level, and he'll gain 10 HP.
A whole 10 HP.
Yeah. So I left you better off than I found
Yeah.
you. So you're welcome.
Well, Crenshaw is now
He's prone,
also
Prone.
prone in melee range, so that's
do it.
Not good.
Noreen can get him
Just
out
this-
if he wants.
Just this single like thumbs up.
I could technically get him out, but what good would that do?
Just kill everybody, that's better.
Oh,
Then
Yeah.
I am going to actually, because I still have 5 foot of movement, I'm going to move there so that I'm not in a line with other people.
okay.
Anyway, and that's my plan.
Then it is Mervyn Thorpe.
Mervin's gonna do the exact same thing and try and get Telbag out of the ring. So I'm gonna cast Vortex Warp again.
I swear if this.
I swear.
I rolled once, but I guess I'll roll a second one. Okay, the second time it's a 4, but the first time it's a 20.
Why?
Why is Telbag rolling 19s and 20s on these? Like,
He refuses to go out like that.
yeah, he's like, nope.
He
Nope.
suffered too
How
much
not?
with his spells being counterspelled.
Yeah.
But
Of course, I
He's
really
too
should have
angry.
counted the last one, but
Let's Let's
We are
try
winning.
again.
Don't worry, we are
Please,
winning.
thank you. Okay.
Let's try again.
my
Who's
God.
it?
Oh, all right. So
You might want to give it to Brutog, actually.
I'll put the advantage on Crenshaw anyway.
Okay.
No, not Brutalk.
okay, I mean,
Who cares about Brutalk?
hold on. I'm gonna do this actually as just a regular roll. You see it coming. Let's see. We all see it at the same time. It cannot be 20 again. It cannot.
It
It's a
just
19 or 20.
It can't be, no, not even 19. It can't be 19. It can't be 20. It can be nothing. Okay. Okay.
Woo!
Finally.
Yeah, and I guess
He
he'll
then uses
go,
his feature. So we roll.
He'll go like here. Yeah, that's fine. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna put him as far, just in case he like wants to do shenanigans from the
You
border.
okay,
I'm
Mal?
gonna
Then
put
he
him like
cheats,
as
and he
far
still does
away.
nothing.
Yeah, I'm actually gonna put him over here, like like maximum distance away from me, in case he wants to like do stuff from the sidelines. I don't know. Like he can continue to like AOE if he wants. He just, although he can't like win.
The crowd. Hold on, I need to move him back here to take that. The crowd boos at Mervyn for this. You can hear yells being like, fight for real," and stuff like that. Not
What am
again.
Are you not entertained?
I swear, if Telbag had like legendary resistance or something, I would not have used it then. I would just be like, nope, not even gonna use it. Not even gonna use it. All right, what else does Mervyn do?
I guess I'll actually move a tad closer. 1, 2. Oops, that's not what I want. I want to know. I just want to be within 30 feet of. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna. Yeah, I'm gonna move a couple more. Yeah, there we go.
Right.
I want to be within 30 feet of Brutog in case he. I mean, I really hate it, but in case he needs a flash of genius for some reason, I close enough to him.
But not close enough to Crenshaw to do it. You're still within range.
He's a lost cause. I'm sorry.
I like.
There's no point.
I like how your
guess
new allies have just given up on you completely.
I'm sorry. There's no point.
They needed like a full attention me to really bring me down, and
Yeah,
that we are winning.
Very
It's just-
useful.
Okay. So
I'm
I had
doing my
perfectly
role.
mapped out the AoE to get Enna and Tailbag without getting Crenshaw or Brutog, but obviously Tailbag's not an issue anymore. Doing it on just one person would kind of be a waste.
you can just follow suit and hit Crenshaw again.
Yeah, right.
I feel like they're almost
Sure.
dead. Just dish out damage from
I
Maglo or
guess.
Anna.
Yeah, so let's see here. Yeah, none of the other stuff I have that's like free would really work for this, so just more blasts at Enna.
Yes, please.
I assume that last one probably doesn't hit, but
Nope.
that'd still be 17 damage.
God,
Alright.
you rolled a 1 on both of your damage roll. Damage rolls.
Yep. And that'll be it.
Okay. Brutog. just got outplayed. Hold on. I mean, Brutog is going to say, "All right, let's do this," and mashes his fists together and looks at Crenshaw, who's just like barely living on the floor, and Brutog is just like, "Let me show you how it's done," and he's going to go ahead and attempt to do a bit of an attack on Maglu.
I respond with, "You didn't do anything useful, you just hurt our ally."
So Brutog goes in with some anime moves. Basically, what happens is that Brutog goes in like in real close on Maglu, starts like grappling and punching, and then just like throws her and slams her down. So they switch positions, and
You can see where this is going.
no. And Maglu takes damage and is out.
Good.
And that's it. Brutog,
And just
or actually,
the rallying cry, and then all of her allies.
actually, Brutog's gonna move in here. You know, circling around the last opponent. But the last opponent, unfortunately, also gets to go, and I am going to have to ask for a dexterity saving throw as Anna once again activates the barrier's power. So it's a dexterity saving throw for Crenshaw, for
Crenshaw has
Fred,
advantage.
and
Oh, yeah,
for
silvery barbs.
Mervyn.
Yeah, you get to re-roll your save for the silvery barbs. Sure.
Actually, Crenshaw's
Oh,
not
yeah.
going to be able to do that because you are rolling at disadvantage. So you roll normal.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, for being prone.
No, actually, for being close enough.
All right. So
A
what's the
dexterity
damage?
saving throw?
Yep.
I could use Indomitable, but I will save it.
Yeah. All right. So you take. You all take. No, wait. Yeah, you two save. So Crenshaw, you take 16 points of radiant damage. You're dead again. Yet again dead. And the others, you take 8 points of radiant damage.
Mervyn survived.
Mervyn survived. I didn't think about the banner.
Yeah.
Listen, they lost 1, 2. They lost 1, 2, 3, 4 guys before we left our first. So I mean, Todd, of course. Okay, Todd. I'm sorry.
I like how Celery has avoided taking a single point of damage this entire fight by just teleporting around to make sure
And being
he does-
invisible.
Being invisible.
being invisible.
Ana's going to go ahead and do some tactical movements here because she knows she's in a losing position here, so she's going to try to get the best possible situation she can. So she's actually going to move.
Like the dog.
No, she's going to.
At this point,
She's
Wait,
going
she
to attempt
asked
to move away from Brutog. Let's see if Brutog gets a hit in there. Brutog comes in with a slash. Well, not a slash, a punch. And that would be a miss. And then Anna is going to go ahead and how does she do this? I guess she just she takes off one of the hands of the greatsword, and out of the hand basically just goes Iron Man and shoots some beams out of her hands. She is going to target Mervyn and Pyros.
Okay.
No.
She's done some calculations on how dangerous you've been, so she comes in with some rolls on that. So that's gonna be that's what's Mervyn 17 AC.
17.
Yeah, that is a hit, and Pyros was 13, right? No,
16.
16. Sorry, that was Fred.
I'll use shield. 22.
Okay. You both get hit. So you need to do, well, I guess Mervyn's probably not going to need to do anything, because Mervyn, you take 12 points of damage. Radiant damage, and Pyros, you take 20 points of radiant damage.
Okay.
But then you also need to do a Constitution saving throw.
Oh, yep. Why can't I not click on my character? Oh, that's fine. You said it was 20?
Yeah, 20 damage, yeah. Drat, you saved. If you hadn't saved, you would be blinded. Which would have been useful. But with that done, I guess let's see what Celery does to to maybe finish this.
Remind me, we need to win with everybody up, correct?
Not necessarily.
Otherwise,
No.
But
okay,
anyone
it's
who's
okay, it's always
down
safe.
at the end gets an injury.
No. So actually, sorry, I guess we'll for now you don't need to worry about the injuries this time.
I'm not even worried about the injuries. I'm just asking if we need to end it with everybody up.
There was no rule saying such a
It
thing.
wouldn't make sense.
Okay.
It's a
Would,
6
uh,
versus
every-
6 battle.
Okay.
I'll put this on Crenshaw anyway. It's a -1 to that because my modifier is low. So it's a 4. And then
You could
I'm going
prepare. Sorry.
question, does the banner look like it's healing Anna at all?
Nope.
Okay, then firebolt. Triple roll. Maybe I'll crit now. Still not creating. Let's try again. Okay, still not creating, so here. That's on the Anna.
Okay.
I love high level firebolts.
I probably should go closer, right? 1, 2, 3,
It's like walking over a railgun.
4, 5, 6. What if I move too close? Okay. she's
You
here.
should get in
Let me
range of the
see where-
banner.
Yeah. I
Like
wanna
Mervyn.
stay at. Okay, I'll move there. Yep, there.
All right.
There. And that's my turn.
Crenshaw back from the dead.
Oh. Half of my movement to stand up.
Hmm.
No great weapon master, just 3 attacks. Boom, boom, boom. The last one.
Why is Crenshaw back up?
Yep.
Yeah, I did healing work.
Oh,
4 health.
you
Yeah,
did
so
healing.
he like
Oh, that's
rolls,
nice.
stands up, hits her once for 13 damage, and then just does like this like powerful hit, maybe with a hilt, for was it 17 plus 15, so that's 32.
And I guess like knocked back down on her back, and she's down, and she's like, well played.
Good fight.
Good fight. Anna has been defeated. Everybody is dead.
Yay!
The crowd cheers at this as the organizer announces that we have a victor in the battle,
and it's a full victory basically. We'll stand.
and Mervyn is unconscious for all of this.
No.
And so is Todd. The organizer keeps. They are speaking loudly to everyone, and they say, "Stay around, everyone. We will continue on in just a moment with the second round of the contest of champions. Will the winners come to me?"
Sure. Let's go there.
Well,
I helped
I'll put-
Mervyn get up.
I'll put Cure Wounds on Mervyn. This is my free use.
Yep.
-1 to this again.
5.
Yep.
I think I'm not going to be going into the next fight. I think don't worry about trying to really get me up. I think I'm just going to buff people. and
No,
then-
come on, you won. You helped us win.
No, I'm
Before you make any plans again, perhaps you should, talk to
Yeah,
who
yeah,
asked you to
okay.
talk to.
Make decisions where it's
Land
time
on
to
the
make
ground
decisions.
and head over there.
Yep. I'm gonna throw these. Why did I remove that? I don't need to remove that. I just do that and that. So the
Can I say something real quick?
Yep.
On our way over, I'd like to do my thing where I use a spell slot to touch Todd, and he'll come back online in 1 minute. Hopefully, this conversation will take more than a minute.
Okay.
He'll
So,
stay where he is.
Celery, do you invisible yourself?
Yeah. I do that. What's the point? It's only lasts for 1 minute.
Okay, so the organizer gathers you all around. So all 5 of you plus Brutog, and the organizer says, "All right, well done. You have won despite many predictions. A lot of people lost some money betting there, but you will be going on into the next round. Now, in the next round, we are going to have you all face each other 1 versus 1, and out of these 3 battles, there's going to be 2 people who move on into the finals. Now, I saw some unfortunate plays there in this fight. The crowd expects bloodshed, big fights. So, please try to give them as much theatrics as you can in these next rounds. Out of the 3 winners of these 3 battles, we will be letting the crowd decide who goes into the finals."
Oh, based on how cool we are.
It's okay. I don't even want to be cool.
Anyways, I will now draw lots to see who goes against who, and we are going to be, for the benefit of the crowd, we're going to have all of these battles happen at the same time in the ring. We'll send you in different sides of the ring, and please do your best not to affect the other battles. I will be keeping an eye on you, and if you do anything sneaky, well, we'll see. But anyways, let's see who goes with who. So, you there, elf. You,
That's me. Oh,
yeah. Wait, how do I do this?
Irvin has been having the hood up to hide the ears.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Wait a minute. The organizer also says, also, while we're doing this, the healers are coming in here. They'll bring you up to full.
Yay!
And so some healers come in and start spamming healing spells on you, so you can bring your hit points back to full.
Certainly more exciting than us getting hit once.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah,
the question is who's gonna
Something
go up
about
against
Todd
Blue Top though?
is when I do the thing where I revive him, he comes back with all of his hit points.
Because of the Arcanium, I have a higher con modifier, so I actually have 115 max HP currently.
Oh,
And we
right,
don't get
my,
spell slots back.
Nope.
that's
Any
right.
out of
Yeah,
health.
that's a.
Oh, okay. Yeah, now I understand how I'm doing this. I was like, how do I roll the dice to see who goes where? Okay, so Celery, well, you elf there, you are in battle number 3. And then you, Brutog, you will be in battle number 1. You, Flaming Person, you will be in battle number 1. So you are going up against Brutog.
Perfect.
Then
Just fly out of his range. And
I'm
just start
disappointed.
spamming.
Then Dragonborn, you are in battle number 2. You human person there, you are in battle number 2, so it's Mervyn versus Frid, and then it means Crenshaw is going up against Celery. So, how we're going to do this is, first of all, we delete all the things. Well, I guess Todd is not deleted.
Is
If
the
you wanna
dog still
bring-
barking?
Todd to the battle.
The dog only barks when someone's within 30 feet of it. So the dog is still there in the center of the ring. And it will be there for the next 8 hours.
An excellent spell.
Excellent.
All right, let me move you around a little bit. The organizer explains to you that this round, as the ring is smaller, you are not disqualified if you're thrown out, but you should probably try to stay in, if possible.
The spikes probably make it fairly difficult to get back in.
Spikes make it difficult to get out.
They're not pointed both ways.
No, they are pointed inside.
I would like to cast guidance before we go in. And then I'm gonna ask Crenshaw, like, how do you want to do this? Do you want to just win? I could just concede.
Don't you? No,
Don't you
no,
do
it's
this?
how cool
Don't
you
you
look.
even
You have
don't
to-
you even dare doing this? Just don't go invisible, because that's going to be shitty for the audience.
Sure. I'm not sure what.
I would-
How melee do you want this to be? Because otherwise I'll kite you to death. There's no point fighting. That's the point. That's why I'm asking you, how do you want to do this?
Just fight.
Okay, I'll kite
I'm
you
gonna
to
go
death
like this to
then.
Fred
You can.
to try and communicate that he should do message. Or maybe we can just whisper to each other.
Frankly speaking, I feel like it comes down to initiative. If you win initiative, I'm down in the first round.
Ah.
Fred.
What's your
It
armor
comes
class?
down to initiative. Yeah.
What's your armor
Fred,
class?
Who should win?
14.
Let's decide right now which one who would be better to go into the final battle.
I still have a 7th level spell slot.
Okay, that's good. Okay, so and then I can buff from the outside and have Todd go. Yes, okay. I think it is better if you are in the final. I agree. Okay, so don't use.
Let's make a good
any of
show.
Let's make a
It
good
doesn't matter
show, but
who's in the
I don't.
final unless Brew Talk is in it, right?
No.
He did already say
neither-
that the audience is the one who's going to actually decide what two people
Yeah.
go on to the final.
We're gonna put on a great show, and neither of us are gonna use any of our resources in this.
But Pyros, if Pyros win, like there's no way they can choose Brew Talk, right? It will always be Pyros versus somebody else. So it doesn't
Unless
even
he decides
matter.
too boring.
So, so this time I will mention that if you do, whoever loses these battles does get the injury now.
If you get down, like, knocked out.
Whoever loses, because the battle ends when somebody goes down.
I get down,
In any
but I get up again. You're never gonna keep me down.
in any case, Crenshaw, I'm planning to concede once I'm like too far down.
I'm not going to make it easy for you.
As everyone is discussing with their partners, apparently, I guess Brutog also then points at Pyros and says, "You better not fly away. Let's give them a good show." And he punches his fists together. Everybody, go ahead and roll your initiatives. So it'll just basically be whoever goes first in your grouping.
Yeah, that's where.
It'll just be Frid and I casting firebolt at each other.
Firebolt, 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 firebolt.
Firebolt. And then Todd occasionally bonk.
I mean, this would also be your chance to just go at it. You know?
Does Frid have any lingering resentments towards me?
That's a very loaded question.
Okay. That is everybody. Okay, it seems like Brutog goes first. Uh-oh. Brutog is going to... is everybody the same? No, I guess I'll move Mervin, Todd here, so you're a little bit closer. So you're the same distance.
You know what
Brutog.
I'm gonna do? I'm gonna take off my amulet of health and put it in my pocket, like not wear it, because it feels like I don't need extra hit points.
Extra health.
I'm meant to lose, so I'm gonna take that off.
Brutog is going to instantly charge in with surprising speed at Pyros, and he is going to just start by punching you hard.
Good tactic.
Yeah. His weapon of choice is punching you hard. What was the AC again?
16.
16. Okay, so the first punch doesn't land. The second one does land. So you take 11 points of damage.
Okay.
And then for the final attack, you may see this coming. It's gonna be, hold on, what is
Stunning strike.
no, just a grapple, just grabbing. So this this genasi doesn't start flying away. So
that's
your
acrobatics or athletics.
Yeah, your choice of athletics or acrobatics.
All right. Well, okay. I'm not proficient in either, so this one is slightly higher.
That's a 9.
Yep.
For our German audience, that's a 9.
You are grappled.
Okay.
You are indeed grappled. Brutog says, "Stay there." Celery, your turn.
I'll cast this. And I'll put it in this. Wait, I'm trying to draw it. How do I draw it? Like that. So he's right in the center of it. 20-foot square, right? Yeah, that's 20 foot. And then I move away. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. This is very close to the spikes, but yep.
Yeah.
That's my turn.
The crowd. So the crowd for Brutog's attacks, the crowd was like, "Yeah, get him!" Celery casting a spell and starting to run away. They're like, "Boo! Stay and fight!"
I'm fighting.
Pyros, they're not listening to you.
Disappointed.
All right. So you want to stay up close and personal, no flying. All right, I can do that. I'm gonna go
No,
ahead and
Don't
cast.
burn Brutog.
It'll be the opposite of burning, actually. I'm casting Armor of Agathos.
Oh,
Ooh, you're going to freeze him.
So I get 25 temporary hit points. And
Mhm.
anytime I get hit, until those temporary hit points are gone, he will take 25 cold damage.
Oh, on a high level, this spell is horrifying.
And let's see, bonus action, just in case, I'll go ahead and re-up the shillelagh. And that'll be it.
All right.
Okay.
mm,
So I'll cast. I'll have to do this spell save.
yeah. So Crenshaw.
So I start a turn. So
This is the
I will use my last
freeze.
indomitable. 17. That's.
Reroll. If you're
mm,
going all out, just reroll it. And I'm gonna give myself the advantage.
Okay, so I am restrained.
Here's your 3d6.
Okay.
Crowd is like, what is going on? Where's the fight?
I'm disappointed.
Oh yeah.
What am I supposed
wait.
to do? What you
I'm
said?
restrained. I
Yeah. I just recall that Crenshaw is really good at like one thing, but one big weakness is no range, right? You don't have like
Can you use
anything,
his
right?
action?
I do,
You can
do.
use his
But
Have the
action.
hand axes.
I have hand
He has a rock to
axes.
throw.
Yeah,
Check
yeah.
the range, 60 feet. I can't do that, but with disadvantage. So I am going to be throwing a hand axe at you. Boom.
No good ranged options really.
It was sorry with disadvantage, so I'll just roll again.
I have a 14. You're gonna
mean, it's-
hit. Like what the
It's
hell? You're
not-
gonna
I
hit.
don't think it's,
19.
it's nearly impossible for
Yeah,
you
it
to
hits.
miss them.
It hits.
Take 10 slashing damage. Get over here!
I don't roll concentration. I don't roll concentration, by the way, just so you know, because it's a conjuration spell.
The crowd is like, yeah, get him.
It's an
Get
underdog
that slippery elf.
I'll make sure you get to the top, Crenshaw, by making sure you have a good fight.
This is not a good fight. This is the opposite of a good fight.
Is that the end of your turn?
Yeah.
Okay.
Celery says that, but actually he's
Yeah.
just really afraid of getting hit.
Why is Freedom Mervyn the wrong way around? Interesting.
Mervyn,
Well, anyways, it's Mervyn. It is Mervyn.
So, if I heard the guy correctly, no matter who goes down in this fight, the person that advances is the one that the crowd votes for, right?
No.
The two people, yes.
The through
two
the winners
people.
of these fights.
Of the winners of
Of the winners of these fight, the three will be
Oh,
left,
okay.
and from these three, the crowd picks two to fight the final fight. If I understood correctly.
Oh, I see. Okay. So I want to make sure that Fred looks as cool as possible because that's the goal, right? So I'm the heel. So I am going to turn to the crowd. They already hate me from the last battle. And I'm going to go, bow to Mervin. And I take off my scarf that's covering my ears to reveal that I'm half elf. And then I'm going to run up to Fred and just punch him. I'm not going to use any weapons or any spells or anything.
I'm also going to gasp when Mervin takes off, as if I'm not aware of this.
I want them to hate me. So they love you.
I'm like pretending I didn't know that Mervin was a half elf.
So I run up, and how does unarmed attacks work?
1 plus strength if you hit.
Just 1 damage. 1 plus your
So-
strength.
My strength modifier right now is a +1.
So if you hit him,
I
you'll
roll-
do 2 damage.
So, but like rolling, it's just.
Using your strength
Uh,
modifier, proficiency.
Oh, using strength and proficiency.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thankfully, they consider everyone to be proficient in their fists.
Yeah. Okay. So then +1 +5, 16. So I do punch you.
That's it.
2
and I
damage.
do 2 damage.
Okay.
The crowd yell, "Fight for real!"
That was fighting for real. I don't understand. What's wrong with that? They'll go wild once I take injuries. It'll be fine. And then I guess I'll have Todd come in and bonk Fred.
And then what? Use Arcane Jolt to heal him?
Then use our- No, we're not using any of our resources. That was the deal. We're not going to use anything. So Todd does 11 damage to you. Sorry.
All right, Fred.
I gasp and shock loudly, "You're a half-breed!" And then I pull out my sword, and I'm like, "You lied to us all, you fiend!" And then I want to take an attack with my sword, with my vine sword. There it is. No.
That will hit.
I do. Right? And then you have to make a save to get
Strength
straight.
save.
What type of save?
Strength.
DC
Perfect.
17?
Yeah.
I'm bad at those.
No, not today.
Not today.
Not today. I cry out, "Ah, you cannot take me down."
Anything else?
If you use an action to attack, then
It's a bonus action magic.
I'm thinking about what's the best thing to do, because I think I'm not going to get ahead if I don't use anything. By
Suggestion on Mervin.
Some of your cantrips are flashy, right? I mean, not for this round, but
yeah. I want to.
Just
Use
brings out the
Misty Step.
phantasmal killer. And just...
I use Misty Step,
hmm
and I move. 1, 2, 3, 4, and then I'm say, "I'm right behind you, Mervin," or something to that effect. Where it's like, you won't see me coming.
Okay, I'm going to go ahead and ask both Fred and Mervin to give me a performance check at this point.
happily.
Oh, that's a bit low.
Mm.
You're not selling it, Mervin.
Yeah. The
If
crowd.
if I don't go into the final, then yeah, I'll use Flash of Genius.
The crowd on that. Sure. The crowd goes neutral to Frid's actions. Then it is Brutog again. Brutog sees that you cast some weird magics. You have a magical force around you, and he's like, "What is this?" Well, nothing a little fist can't fix. And he's actually going to go ahead and he's going to go ahead and do the big switcheroo move. So he's going to basically, as he's already grappling you, he's going to attempt to throw you and slam you into the ground. So let's see. That would indeed hit your AC. So you two switch positions.
Okay.
You are now prone.
Okay.
And still grappled. And you take. Why am I doing that? I can just click this. You take 27 points of damage.
Wow. Okay. So yeah, he just takes that one set of 25 cold, and armor of Axis is gone.
Yep. He's like, oh, that was cold. And the crowd is pleased at this wrestling move here. Then you know what? I'm going to go ahead and just move. We're going to move Celery down. So we have Pyros going first. So we have,
Yeah,
Have
makes
the
sense.
groups. Okay.
two in the same. So Pyros can go now.
All right. So from there, let's see. You know what? Yeah, I think that if I try to just mess around here and conserve, that this is not going to go well for me. So which of these big attacks do I want to do?
Plane shift.
No. That would be death.
Disintegrate him with plane shift.
See,
If two of
here's
us
the issue
go
here, because
to
one of
the-
these attacks is a lot more flashy and probably get me more points with the audience, but the other one is more likely to actually help me in the long run.
I mean,
Let's go for flashy.
Sure, go ahead. But I will also say that you are the one who is maybe fighting the toughest enemy here. So
Yeah. All right, so I just need to brush up on one of my other things so I remember how to use it if it becomes relevant here. Okay, so for Elemental Adept, if anything does fire damage, any roll of a 1 counts as a 2. So let's go with Flame Strike. Why did it not actually push anything into the... Hello?
If two of us go to the final, do we fight each other?
Yeah.
All right, so we've got
what did you expect?
4d6
champion.
for fire, and
More than
A
likely,
chess
if
match?
Brutog's going on, that's why.
4d6 for radiant. So it's actually 13 fire damage and 13
Mhm.
radiant on a dex saving throw. Is that the correct DC? No, my spell save DC is 18. I don't know why that says 16.
Okay. Brutog is unable to dodge away from this, I suppose. And is this happening like on top of Brutog?
Yes, so basically just enough to avoid me. And it's a 40-foot high cylinder of flame.
Yeah. Just
definitely
slams down on Brutog, dealing 26 points of damage, and the crowd goes wild. They're like, yeah,
And because I
it.
am still grappled,
Burn
I
him.
don't think I can stand unless you let me to try to do that just through my movement instead of an action.
I mean, you can. I don't think grapple stops you from doing. No, wait. I mean, grapple. Yeah, your speed is 0, so yeah, so you couldn't move. Yeah. So you cannot. No, sorry.
All right, so then, yeah, that'll be it.
All right. Celery.
I guess right now I'm just trying to gather as much hate as possible so that when Crenshaw eventually win, it will be like an overwhelming applause from the audience. I'm like, is this the only hand axe you have? I'm going to shout out.
Okay.
Here, more firebolt. This is at advantage. So triple roll firebolt. Oh, that doesn't
Miss.
hit. 13 plus 8, 21. I think that still misses.
Yes, that misses.
And then I'll just continue moving. 1, 2. No, you know what? I'll pick up the hand axe and then I'll move.
Take it out of your leg.
Here. That's my turn.
The crowd gives you a. There's a neutral response to this, as you did do some cool fire flashes.
Wait, I'm
Crenshaw.
trying to gather hate.
Right, so I get, first of all, roll 3d6 damage that I take.
Alright.
Okay. Wait, why can't I select? Oh, that's why I can select. Okay, so I take 9 damage. All right. It's like as those tentacles are holding me. I just give it a roar and try to like rip out of this by making a strength check. I have a question because this just says a strength or dexterity check. Can I add proficiency from athletics? So can I roll athletics? Because technically it's just a check, so technically if a skill fits, I could do that. But if you feel not,
No, because it's just straight up strength or dexterity now. So
Okay.
it's just the ability check.
I think that's over your DC 22.
Yep.
So just rip out of it, and that was my action, unfortunately. So
As
It's
Crenshaw
difficult terrain.
Crenshaw gets out of there, the crowd's like, yeah, go and get him.
I can get here,
Difficult
basically.
terrain.
Yeah. So with that being difficult terrain, I basically just get out of here and just start running with my sword. Just that's all.
All right. Mervin.
I can actually spare one of these spell slots, so I'm going to toss my knife up in the air and use it to cast Conjure Barrage.
Nice.
Oh god. Okay. Says DC 20, Dexterity saving throw, Fred.
I think dexterity is something I still have okay chance at, and I
Yeah.
do have lucky still,
Okay.
and I don't need the lucky.
Hey! Look at that. All right,
What
so you only
happens on
take
the
half.
save? Okay, so
You
I
take
take
half.
11.
11 damages. One dagger turns into many and flies at you.
Yes.
One dagger turns into 11 daggers.
11 that hit me, so
Cool,
22
right?
daggers it turns into.
Yeah. That's cool. And then I'll command Todd to go up again. And would it like really ruin my chances if I had Todd pretend to try and hit you?
I don't know if Todd can do a performance check too well.
Yeah, that's probably
Yeah,
a bad
Is
idea.
Todd smart enough
Todd-
to fake an action?
Okay, so
You
Todd
could always
will-
shove or push if you don't want to do damage.
Oh, look at
Hey.
that. He missed you anyway. All right.
All right. And then Fred.
I would
Counter.
like to do something, and I might be able to do it, I might not. I would like to cast Polymorph on myself, choosing the beast, huge giant crab. Will you let me do that?
A giant crab.
Huge giant crab.
We did have that beach day, dupe.
It is.
We had that beach day.
Well, it's
Well,
that's the thing. It's like it in the rules of the spell. It doesn't say I have to have seen the thing.
No. But I mean, so why would a giant crab be huge though?
That's the name of the creature. Huge giant crab. It's a challenge rating 8 creature, according to D&D Beyond. I'm just looking at the highest level beast because there's one that's a 12th level one, but that one is not a normal beast. It's someone who's been polymorphed into an otter. That doesn't.
It's on yes,
Yeah.
giant crab is on SRD. Yes.
Crab, giant crab, hulking crab, and huge giant crab.
Yeah, huge giant because giant crab is medium.
Yeah.
And it's from
So-
Tales from the Yawning Portal.
Oh my god. Our fight is the best one.
Flashiest.
Yours is definitely the most theatrical
Yeah, well, that's the point. I wanted to. that was
because
the goal.
Pyrus
Oh.
is fighting for his life,
Yeah.
And
and
you're
I'm just
just
get here,
playing.
get here, get closer.
Yeah,
Get
that's
here.
Are
Playing
you gonna do the Hulk move where you just like
Playing
pick me up by my ankle as the giant crab and go slam?
All sorts of stuff.
Apparently, this crab wears rings.
Yeah. So I have immunity to being charmed if I'm able to turn into this crab.
I assume that's part of the actual specific monster,
Yeah.
not necessarily the.
Handed claw. Yeah. Immunities to multiple conditions, actually.
So I mean, the issue here that I'm pondering is the fact that like, I can imagine a giant crab. We haven't established that there are giant crabs, first of all, but I can imagine that there are giant crabs, like the regular giant crab enemy. Those might exist, but this like variant on it, this big variant, I don't know if that even exists necessarily. And beyond that, like, would you even know about it?
It doesn't say yeah. I see your point.
Yeah, but yeah, you don't need to know necessarily, but you would need to know. Like, you would need to know what to turn into. So I think it would just end up being a giant crab.
Could he like roll a nature check to see if he's like seen?
Well,
alcohol
if that's the
or
case, then I
something?
just choose the next strongest thing on the list, because I'm doing it to try and have something that's good enough at combat. So,
T-Rex.
you
giant
tell me,
ape,
Dupe, what's
mammoth.
something that I'm able to turn into as powerful
A
as
King
possible?
Kong.
Because, yeah.
So a beast of like what
Well, I can be
rating?
up challenge rating.
Owl
or-
bear is a pretty low challenge rating.
It has to be a beast.
that's
and
a
it has to be 14 CR.
Owlbear is a monstrosity.
Got it.
Wouldn't have gorilla
Mm.
work like a giant ape?
Yeah, giant ape is
14.
7. Mammoth. You said
Yeah, I mean,
dinosaurs don't exist.
giant ape, I suppose, is the closest one.
Okay. Then I suppose I shall polymorph myself into a giant ape.
You could turn into a sperm whale, but you have some issues there.
I would have some issues there. Yeah. Unless Mervyn would then take squishing damage.
That's not flashy enough, though. You need to be able to pick me up and throw me around.
Or if you have the fly spell, cast fly on yourself first.
Be a flying giant ape.
You are now monkey.
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 So let's get that stat box
Monkey
there.
can't really do much the rest of the round.
So that was my action. And then I'm going to position myself differently. So I'm there.
The crowd is like, what is going on? Whoa! Monkeys!
Yeah, and I'll try and. I mean, I'm not sure how able I am to make like theatricals whilst as a thing, but I'd like to. I imagine I'm
Yeah,
like
can we roll performance again?
bloodshot. But yeah. I don't think it's really performance at this point because I'm a giant ape in reality. So
You are also, I mean, what are you trying to do? Are you trying to like intimidate Mervyn at this point?
Yeah, trying to
Yeah.
intimidate and like properly seem scary. And because I know Mervyn is not a very good actor, so I've got to do a bit of the legwork myself.
Go ahead and try to do an intimidation check.
Okay, I'll just roll a d20 because I don't know which one is it that
Yeah, I believe intimidation is charisma.
is charisma as
but-
well.
Yeah, it's a -2.
Yeah. Okay, I can't re-roll that, but I'm still a monkey.
You just let out a roar, and you're like, "Arr!" You're not quite yet used to being your new form.
And of course, a reminder of how polymorph is different from wild shape. Your mental stats do change.
Yeah. All right. Brutog continues on, pummeling at Pyros, and just says, "Are you ready to go down already?"
You can try.
Give him the fucking flowers first.
And you are now prone. So,
Yep.
So, did that just happen?
Now, of course, if I was trying to actually, play this smart instead of trying to be, like exciting, I could have used Thunderstep instead of Flame.
Yeah. Okay. So, hold on. Okay, I'm gonna tally up all of these damages. You get hit 3 times, 2 crits.
Nice.
Wow.
Oh God.
Wow.
You take. Let's see. That is.
Oh my God. If the final is Brutog versus Frid. Oh no.
The thing is, I feel like there's a chance.
Ta-da!
Yeah. I mean,
Ta-da!
haste
Let's see
on
what it is.
you could be helpful, but you still can't cast 2 spells in the same round with that, which I find it like makes haste not as good for you.
50 points of damage.
Other things,
Nice.
and you're always going to get hit no matter what.
So
That's
one thing
a
to
lot.
consider about the spells in a round, it's you can't if you use a bonus action spell, then the only spell you can use with your action is a cantrip. If you have haste, you can use 2 action spells.
Yeah.
And Brewdog's just gonna go ahead and yeah, just do that. Just punch you a couple of times. Pyros.
Okay.
Everywhere else, everybody's just like having fun, and here you've got like Hulk beating up Pyros on the ground.
Yeah.
Not really pulling any punches.
So let's see. I have 2 different things I can do. But oddly enough, I think the one that actually uses a resource would not be as effective unless it makes him somehow change his mind. But I doubt it, since he can really only punch.
That you know of.
True.
Cast Sanctuary on yourself.
I don't think that's a warlock spell.
Okay. But that would be funny
Yeah.
on a one-on-one fight. You can't do
You
anything.
probably have to get out of there, right?
I mean,
wait.
wait.
I don't have any. Well, I don't have any regular spell slots left. I can do a cantrip, or I can use my Mystic Arcanum, which is the Investiture of Flame. Makes it so anyone within 5 feet of me takes 1d10 fire damage.
I thought
I
you had
think-
faced that.
Investiture of Flame would be
Oh.
great in this kind of fight, definitely.
Yeah.
Here's a theoretical question, Pyros, by the way. In this kind of situation where you're like on the ground, you're grappled, can you just retreat into your lamp?
I might be able to.
Isn't that just like an action?
It is indeed just an action.
Yeah, so you could technically do that. That probably wouldn't be necessarily. Like in a real battle situation, that would not probably be the best idea, because then your lamp would just get destroyed. But
Possibly, because did I write down? I didn't write
Does
down.
it take a
what
bonus
the
action to
stats of
get
it
out,
was.
though?
Give me just a sec there, because it has AC and it has hit points. It
Not many.
is.
yeah, but I mean, regardless, it would eventually get destroyed.
Yeah.
I mean, you can
You just went to
enter
hiding.
with an action and exit with a bonus action, right?
Oddly enough, the lamp has higher AC than I do.
Hmm.
And hit
That's so
points
funny.
equal to warlock level plus proficiency bonus. So he could break it in 1 turn, though. Screw it. I'm just gonna try to smack him with a booming blade, because I have the shillelagh up. So boom. That is not a hit, and I only have the one, especially using it as a cantrip. But that's the action. And Investiture of Flame is an action as well. Do I have anything else that's a bonus action that I can use? Nope. That'll be it.
People are shouting, "Brew Tog, Brew Tog, Brew Tog." Celery. What trickery do you do this time? Throw the hand axe
Together
back?
here, right? I don't know. I'm just trying to get her hit at this point. Like, come and get me. And then another fireball.
This will take a moment.
Yeah, and then I'll just continue running.
He's just chasing you around the.
At some
I'm
point,
not
we're
sure
gonna go behind
Friendship's going
Pyros.
to the final. Oh no.
The crowd is just
Oh,
like,
yeah.
boo, boo.
So
Crenshaw. Can
That's
you
right. From their
dash?
perspective, this is all happening at the same time. So
Can't even get there with a dash.
I can't get there with dash, and I do have hand axes and knives still.
do you have any of the superiority things that would help you here?
I tell you,
Nope,
even
oh.
if you throw disadvantage hand axe, you're likely gonna hit me. So might as well do that. I have a 14 AC.
I mean, I will, but I am moving 30 feet towards you. And now, yeah, I'll have to roll with disadvantage, but I am rolling. I am throwing my other hand axe. Sorry, with disadvantage. So 12.
Oh, you missed. You missed. Oh, it's okay. We'll get there. The crowd's cheering for
me.
you.
Just, phew.
The crowd is displeased at this whole fight going on up here with Celery and Crenshaw. Then it is Mervyn, you are right next to a massive monkey.
Do I have a rough idea of how much damage it would take to break him out of ape form?
Nature check. It's a fairly like exotic animal, so it's going to be hard.
Nature's.
Okay. It's between 100 and 200 HP. Yeah.
Okay. Then I will back up and take the opportunity attack if you want.
Yes, I'll use my reaction for that.
Though, as a huge beast, isn't your reach like 15 feet?
Oh, well, I mean, I'll keep moving.
Whatever, I will use a attack. Yep.
The reach is 10.
Reach is 10. So that's a D20 plus 9 to hit. Oh, okay. So that's an 11, which I'm guessing doesn't hit.
It does not hit. And then I am going to firebolt you. Does an 18 hit the monkey?
Hit the monkey.
Okay.
Because I've got the temporary monkey hit points. How
Mhm.
does how do I add temporary hit points? Basically, is that
10 hit points is the blue
one?
circle.
So I have.
So you can just show your HP in there.
Oh, shoot.
Minus 21. Okay.
And then Todd's going to bonk.
And I need to make constitution saves, don't I?
Oh, are you technically not wearing the...
I don't know. It depends.
Oh, yeah. I mean, the way the robe works is if you fail the check, you can use one of the charges to automatically succeed.
Well, let's see. Does polymorph say
It
that
it merges into you.
Yeah.
I could
Yeah.
use it potentially otherwise, but
Okay.
I need to make a constitution save, which I don't do. Where does it say the proficiencies of your saves?
You don't have any proficiencies for anything
Saves, okay.
as monkey. You just use the stats as they are.
Okay, well, that plus 4 should save, I hope.
That's good.
And then
also
I
hit
need
you.
to, I need to do one for Todd. Plus 4 saves, right?
You can actually do like roll d20 plus 4. You don't need to add it in post. All right. Then Frid.
Okay. Mechanically, I'm going to ask if this will work, what I want to do. Because the monkey has a throw attack where it throws rocks, what I want to do is run up to Mervyn and throw him into the spikes.
No, you can't use that attack for that, but you can. I mean, you don't. Like you can do a shove. Grapple and move you can do these, but no, the rock throw won't. You can't pick up Mervyn as a
I
rock.
can't. Well, not as a rock then, but can I try and throw him into?
I mean, I
As
guess closest would be like grapple, drag, and then shove.
I mean,
That's-
you can grapple and you can move Mervyn into the spikes, or then you can shove 5 feet.
Yeah, so not really worth it then. I think. So I'm going to just move. I will take the attack of opportunity. Up to Mervyn.
for Todd.
Yeah, if Todd wants to give me one.
Yes, Todd will do that. Yeah.
Okay.
Nothing else he can use his reaction for right now. 10 damage.
Plus 4. Minus 10. Okay.
You
then
have
one-
2 things you can do. So
Yeah, I'm then gonna. I'll just do my temporary health. I then do the multi attack, making 2 attacks. Plus 9. Copy that. So 24. I'm guessing hits Mervyn.
Yes, it does.
And the damage for that is 3d10 plus 6. So that's
Oh,
25
that's a lot of
damage. And then the second attack comes in. And that's 10.
10 to hit.
Yeah.
Okay.
And that's my turn.
well, you did some damage.
Yeah.
And the crowd is like, yeah, do it. Punch that elf. And then Brutog's gonna go, I guess, just keep on pounding at Pyros. It seemed to work just fine last time, so why not?
I'm pretty sure I won't take that much damage again, right? 2 crits, 3 hits?
Surely not another 2 crits. 1 crit though. 1 crit. Are the others hits though? That is a miss. And that one is a hit, yeah. Okay. So you take 33 points of damage.
Okay.
And Brutog holding you down does some like looks at the crowd and waves with a bloody fist. Pyros, you are in a rough spot.
Yep.
God.
No, I think you had a good idea there. Yeah. I think that's enough just letting myself be a punching bag. So, action
Pinch
go into the lantern. And
Do you want
then,
to like shout that you concede?
and then using the bonus action to activate the elemental gift so that basically I have the fly speed. But for this turn anyways, I am inside the lantern in that space.
And your speed is still 0 for this turn.
For this turn, yeah.
Yeah. And you are prone in the lantern.
Yes.
All right. The crowd is like, what happened? What is going on? Invisibility magic again? Celery.
Like, this crowd is really hard to please. I'm not even trying at this moment. I'm not trying to please the crowd or try to win. That's on Crunch R. It's a 16 for my DC.
Mind Sliver. Okay. Intelligence is my worst saving throw. And I
No, it
saved,
passed.
thankfully.
Not that bad.
Yeah. I'm actually gonna shout. I'm not even trying. That's it. That's my turn.
Okay, Crenshaw.
Me.
Go and beat up that wizard.
Wizard doing wizard things.
30, and I'm throwing a knife. It's within 20. No, so still disadvantage.
Yep,
23
it hits.
and 6 piercing damage. And I'm getting there.
Next turn.
I've just
Next turn.
My wisdom has actually gone up by changing into a monkey.
The giant ape has more common sense than Fred.
My intelligence has stayed the same.
That's so funny.
All right, good to know. All right, Mervyn, you are being pummeled by a monkey.
Yes, the monkey's very scary. So I'm gonna do action, shocking grasp.
I would say the
oh,
monkey's
it
probably
didn't-
not wearing metal armor.
No, the monkey is not, and I did not. It's not. I didn't set it up to actually roll, which is bad. Where is it? There it is. Okay. 13 lightning, and now I can run away from you without taking opportunity attacks. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And how big is the monkey? What's its size?
Yeah, huge.
Tree by tree, huge. Tree by tree is huge. Always.
Some damage as well.
Damn. Okay, that means Todd can't grapple him. Okay, then I guess Todd will just move up and attack.
And I need to save as well.
You really want to try to have Todd grapple this big huge
Yeah,
ape?
I don't want it to move. I don't want it to move towards me on the next round.
Yeah, but like, imagine what is Todd trying to
What
like?
is He's holding on to
Todd,
his leg.
but like the leg is bigger than what Todd can even grapple around. All right, then it is monkey time. Frid.
Cool. I'm still saving my things. This is great. I'm gonna ignore them, Todd. Go down to Mervyn again.
Todd will do the same thing and attack.
Clearly, Frid knows who the one is who's who's the dangerous one here.
I mean, honestly, I'm taking a fair bit of damage from Todd.
From Todd. He is. Oh. What is
Plus
Oh, it's
13. Cool. Then, yeah, let's do another multi attack.
missed me both times.
That was the first roll, and the second one, a 25. So that does hit. I'm guessing, unless you cast shield.
No.
Oh, would it even? I don't know.
It would still hit.
10 plus 6. You take 10 damage. Wow. Monkey
Nice.
time.
All right, Brutog is now. Pyro's just sort of disappeared from his grasp, and he's like, "Oh, what is going on?" But I guess the only thing that remains is the lantern. Then,
Yep, the lantern is sitting in the space where I was in.
yeah.
It's not going great.
Would he know to attack it?
Well, no. I mean, I don't see why Brutog would attack it necessarily. he's just sort of looking around, but he sees that there's the lamp there, so like he's actually a pretty like pretty street smart, person. So he's not like a complete idiot. So he's actually going to.
So he's not going to just like kick it away in frustration.
No. He's I guess Pyros wouldn't know what he's doing, but he's gonna he like just stays there and he's just like ready to do something.
All right. So
Pyros.
I'm gonna go ahead and post the feature here again, just because if I'm reading it correctly, basically I would the lantern is in the space I was in, and when I come out, I would appear in any space, unoccupied space around that.
No. What it means is like the closest unoccupied space to it. So if like a lot of people crowded in on the lamp, then you would be teleported the closest unoccupied space. But basically the lantern is currently in an unoccupied space.
Okay, so yeah, the
It's not
lantern is
occupying the
occupied.
space.
Got it.
Yeah.
Okay.
So if Brutog had walked on the lamp, then you would like appear next to him.
Okay. Gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, even then, still, like, the chance at an opportunity attack is still better than staying in that exact spot. So, the bonus action to reappear and grab it, obviously, and then, since I am now flying, just fly up 15 feet.
Before you start flying, though, I'm going to need you to contest a grapple check.
Ooh, okay, that's unfortunate.
That's
That's a 9, just like the first time.
Okay, that's probably not going to be too great for you.
I thought you
Actually,
could do grapple as an opportunity attack.
readied action. Grapple first thing that appears. That's
smart.
That's what he was thinking about. Yeah, you're grappled, unfortunately, again.
Well,
As you appear out of there, Brutog's just like being standing there staring at the lamp, and he's like, "Don't you go anywhere."
Can you heal yourself?
no, I cannot. All right, that leaves me with a couple ideas, or a couple different things I could do, rather.
Run away.
Honestly, the thing that has the least chance of success, but has the highest benefit, is trying to get away again. So, yeah, because if I take, another round of attacks, then I'm going down. So yeah, I'm going to try and get away. So it'd be another acrobatics.
No, wait, because when you're escaping, you have to. No, yeah. It's the same. It's the same thing. Yeah. You choose.
Even
the defender
worse.
has to use athletics.
Even worse.
Yeah.
But that was the inaction, right?
Yeah. No escape, unfortunately.
Then yeah, that's all. That's all I can do.
All right. Celery. I gotta run into the spikes.
I have one dagger left. One dagger left.
You can also throw your greatsword.
Technically.
Like,
Yeah.
You Well, you
Should I
can
continue?
weapon it.
Like,
when you're around.
chuck it.
Yeah, you can throw anything you want. It just doesn't always count as like an actual weapon.
Yeah.
I guess I'm just gonna continue taunting. I'm gonna just drop the hand axe where it is, where I am. Like, here, pick up your hand axe. And
You
then
should
Come and get it.
teleport to the
Come
other
and get
side
it.
of the field again.
Oh, you're getting here?
I'm sorry, Crenshaw, and yeah, that's what I do. Con save, and then I'm running away.
Yep.
This is the damage for it.
my
What
God.
understand?
The final
The
battle is
DC
gonna be Fred versus.
Save.
Well, there you go.
It's half, so it's 9 damage, and I'm pretty sure Crenshaw can like eventually hit me, and then we'll be like people will cheer for you, right? Yeah, so that's where I end up,
Where? Where do you end up?
like here,
No.
and that's why the City Dragon. And I'm
Ye-
gonna continue my movement around 1, 2, and 3. Yeah.
The people are just like, boo! Get to fighting!
They heard a big
Maybe
boom.
if he comes close to me, I'm like dead in 1 round. So there's no point. Otherwise, it was like, do you want to fight? There's no way I can fight if I'm just 5 feet within you.
Crenshaw.
Yeah.
I think it's time to dash.
Yeah, I'm dashing. I'll dash here. I'm done.
Mervyn.
So the fun thing about 10-foot reach is I can step back 1 space and use my crossbow without disadvantage, and I don't get an opportunity attack. So I'm going to use sharpshooter. So this will be a -5 to the roll. Okay, 21, and you take 22 piercing damage.
22. Okay.
Sharpshooter is the same thing as great weapon fighting, where you take a -5 to the roll and then +10 to the damage.
All right,
And then we're going to do the exact same thing. -5. Never mind. Never mind. I wildly miss with the second one. And then.
Oh, I do, however, after your first attack, fail.
But you can use the Mind Sharpener rope.
I don't
Nope.
think I can. So,
Why not?
Polymorphed cannot activate the items.
Oh,
yeah, because it's gone.
sorry. All right. All right. Well, Todd will move. Here. And where is Fred actually? Because he's sort of in the middle of. He's on the border of spaces.
No.
Huh?
Are you seeing him right? He's in a
Can't see it.
In a
I'm
spot.
seeing him like he's not. Oh, he's in this spot. I'm seeing him as like centered right there.
Oh.
There we go.
he's right
Okay,
there.
so then actually Todd will move there. Yeah, Todd will move there. And 15.
15 hits me.
Woo. And that's why don't I move? Gosh,
Actually,
I'm
you
not
don't
sure.
move. No, you don't move because you moved Todd.
Oh, you're right. I did. Yeah.
Yeah.
Never mind. I don't need
Fred-
to move. There's no reason.
What I do now? What's got the best damage?
Just drop a nuke on Mervyn.
Just firebolt me.
I wish I had something better, like looks wise, because Phantasmal Killer is all in your mind, and that's not very appealing to people. So
Does Fred now have multiple daggers and arrows sticking out of him? I think the daggers are like phantom though.
Phantasmal Killer might not be the flashiest, but winning is flashy.
Winning is flashy. Yeah.
Anything that was stuck in him
Um,
probably would have fallen out when he shrank back away from the ape.
Yeah.
Screw it. I kind of want to end the fight. I'm going to use a 5th level Cone of Cold. um,
You don't want to save that for
I,
Brit-
well, I have a 7th level one as well.
I'm gonna slap Todd with that as well.
Yeah. Because
I was hoping you wouldn't hurt Todd because I have.
well,
spent
Todd's
time
hurting
playing
me.
him.
Yeah.
I've spent
You're
time
quite
playing
a bit.
him.
you're the one who brought Todd into the fight. You could have left Todd out.
Fair.
Yeah.
I could have.
Todd
I
could have
left
just
that
not
out.
been part of it. This
That's
is on you,
fair.
Mervin.
What is it? Ew, it's con.
Oh, I just forgot. I should have done something. Oh well. Oh well.
You should move if you want Todd in it.
Oh really?
Yeah.
Okay.
Or yeah, sure. Let's say you move. I guess you could kind of, yeah, actually.
Con save for me. And con save. I'm proficient in them. And con save for Todd. Who also saves. So what do we take?
Half of 8d8.
Do I roll that? Yes. 88.
Yep.
Let's roll 8d8. 30. So you take 15.
15.
That's very disappointing.
All right.
Then
I think that was a good round, actually, though.
15 damage. Wow. Really no point in using such a spell. Then bonus action to... No, I've already cast a spell, so I can't do that. Wow, bonus actions are kind of useless.
Without your allies.
Yeah, I will... no, I'll move to there.
Okay.
That'll be my turn.
Then Brutog comes in at Pyros. This time no longer coming in at advantage attacks, but still decides to simply go ahead and just punch you. And that is going to be... Well then. One hit at 14 points of damage.
All right.
So Pyros is down to the wire here. Yeah. Pyros.
Let's see. So obviously not a whole lot I can do in this situation.
Cast whole person or whole monster on him with
I have
limited
no
wish.
spell slots.
With limited wish, and if he fails, then you can bash him up after.
I guess, but I don't really want to use that for this. Instead, I just have my...
The evil necklace on top of it.
Yeah, right.
It's not evil who die, hopefully.
Is Brutok even bloodied at this point?
No.
I've done very
But,
little damage
yeah.
because he hit me with some good attacks. Well, I'm just gonna go out with a bit of a blast here because I have a once a day burning hands.
Burning hands on yourself.
So that's
I quit.
did that incorrectly, I suppose. It would be that. Oh, +1 because of the elemental adept. So 14 if he fails, 7 if he succeeds.
All right, Brutog does kind of dodge away, but gets singed by the flames.
Again, it's 18, not 16. I don't know why it's showing the wrong number there.
Yeah, still saves.
Yeah.
All right.
Um,
Any other tricks?
no other bonus actions I can do. Obviously can't fly away because he's still holding on to me. Nope, that's it.
All right. Celery.
I feel like this crowd is so picky with whatever I do that I can't be bothered already. Let's see if this changes anything with the crowd. I move in. I cast Shocking Grasp.
I have metal armor.
So it's advantage, triple roll, and one more roll. Maybe it crits. Doesn't crit, but this is the damage. And then I face step to the other end of my black tentacles.
So you have to go through it.
Wait, attack opportunity. No, wait, you missed this.
Uh,
no, you missed
Yeah,
this step.
I did my
or
face
you
step.
run away?
Yeah, I did my face step.
And
It
with
is-
shocking
it's-
grasp anyway, you can't do reactions.
That's
Yeah.
true.
So yeah, does that change anything in the crowd? That's all I can do. Otherwise, it's like either I lose or nothing happens.
The people there's like mixed reactions. Some are like, yeah, nice one, and but a lot of them are like, just get to fighting already. Crenshaw.
Knife with disadvantage. My last one. 18.
Hits. Hits.
6.
You've done some like relatively serious damage to Celery with like three random things thrown.
I'm done.
Mervyn.
I'm gonna firebolt Frid. Because I'm assuming they're gonna heal us up again, heal you up again. Oh damn it! Why didn't it? Oh, because I know why. Because I'm hitting the. I'm stupid. Okay, I'm hitting the message only button because I'm not really thinking about it. Okay, there we go.
14
14
hits. Yep.
Aha,
19.
19 damage.
Oh.
Realized I accidentally hit
Todd.
the mute speaker instead of mute self button.
Actually, Todd's gonna use one of his repairs. He's not gonna hit you.
Todd hunkers down. Too much damage. All right, Frid.
I am going to go for nice, breezy, very simple. We're going to go Firebolt.
Firebolt, firebolt, firebolt.
A 19, but mine deals less damage.
Bourbon's pretty deadly.
And
It's pretty deadly. Look at this.
I'm actually going to move, so I'm hidden behind Todd.
I ignore half cover, so but I also can
Well,
move.
Yeah, that's about all I can do.
All right.
Okay.
Brutog is going to, let's just see if it hits. If it hits. Yep. That's a hit. Yep. Pyros, I'm sorry. You're out. Brutog drops Pyros' dead body on the ground, and it's just like, yeah. But then he actually comes up and helps Pyros get back up. He's like, good fight. Celery.
I'm starting to give up at this point. I'm like, there's nothing I do that would satisfy this crowd. I'm just gonna shoot a fireball. And I was like, let's take it to a pit fight here. Here's my fireball. I think that hits. And this is the pit fighting I'm suggest. I'm gonna do a running leap and then end up here. And this is my dex saving throw.
I'm an idiot. Todd could have imposed his advantage on your
Please
ability.
get
So I take
restrained.
3d10.
You are restrained.
And
when
you
you
have to
enter,
get in
so-
as well.
Yeah.
And you have to get in as well.
20, 25.
In a way, you've never been safer.
Like, let's
Well-
go into a pit fight.
He
I
can
did
probably
suggest-
do like a running leap to get right up to you.
By the way, Crenshaw, you took 25, I think. 23 should hit you.
23, yes, that hit me.
Yep. So
And it was how much damage? 25 damage?
25 fire.
Yep.
25 fire damage.
The crowd is just like, fireballs, yeah. Everyone's doing fireballs.
You have all
What was it
just
so much?
that's the niche. You have found a niche of this crowd. They love
He
fireballs.
just rolled a 10, a 7, and an 8. That's how he did so much.
Oh my gosh.
All right, Crenshaw.
What's the DC of the save?
16.
Would you know
What's your
that?
jump distance?
I would have to roll 15. And that's 5, and then 15.
So I mean, you it is a good point that you could, because I think this is just like on the ground, so you could jump.
Could I, jump?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, during a movement you could just jump.
I will jump though.
Because I think
after-
you have you probably have enough to to like jump 5 feet, over 5 feet.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I have so much athletics. But okay, so I jump here. I still need to roll a save because I might get restrained.
I think you can do a
don't-
running attack as well. Right? Like if
No,
you're in
this-
the air or something.
No disadvantage, but even so, I rolled 20. So I
Woohoo!
saved, actually. I saved. And I'm going to unleash 3 attacks at you. With Great Weapon Master.
Yuck.
By the way,
Uh,
have you like, you haven't said that
that is
you've deactivated it either, but is it burning?
It is burning.
Okay.
So it's 12.
Advantage to hit, right?
Hmm?
It's advantage
Yeah,
to hit. I'm
celery
restrained.
train, so you have advantage.
Celery, you're restrained?
Yeah, I'm restrained.
Oh, okay, so advantage, yeah. So first one is 19.
And out I go.
What? The
Oh, he can face
Teleport 10
That's
feet.
great.
The oldest trick in the book.
I think it only has 1 charge left because he used one during the previous fight as well.
Yeah, I don't have any charge left. I don't have any
Oh,
charge
It
okay.
left.
doesn't matter. It's
This is my last
over.
one.
All right.
Let's
Okay.
get
So-
half
let's
movement
go,
to
that's
move
my
up to
turn.
me.
Do you have any movement
Celery
left?
is a master trickster.
You should
Yeah,
be able to
you're
move
bold.
up.
To
I
not be restricted.
should
I
be
was
able to
like
move up.
here. it's I was here. Like jumping still counts as movement,
Yep.
right?
Mm.
Yeah.
So let's say I think I was like here. Let's say I moved. That's 15. That's still difficult terrain.
Yeah.
I mean,
could get
you've
I
moved.
could
You
get
have moved
here.
20.
I've moved 20. So
Yeah.
if I move 20, I can move only one square. That's all.
All right, Mervin.
Mervin. Mervin. Yeah. Oof. Is it boring to do Firebolt again? Nah, let's do Firebolt again. I guess I'll move first, like that. And then I'll do Firebolt. There we go. Jesus Christ.
9, 7, 10.
We are putting
If
on a
Todd
show.
crits, you could take Freed out. If Todd crits, you could take Freed out. And you add Archangel.
I could Archangel to take Fred down. Do I want to win? Actually. 10 damage.
Let Todd get revenge on Brutog.
Dupe, will you let me send Todd into the fight if I'm not in it?
No.
That's sad.
Is that it?
Yes.
Okay, Fred.
A firebolt could take me down.
Yeah, but doesn't mean it's going to hit or that it's going to kill. The safest play is something I don't want to do because it takes resources away, but I'm going to have to with how low you've gotten me. Is I'm going to have to polymorph myself again. I don't really see a way that I can otherwise come out on top.
Back to monkey.
Back to monkey. Revert to monkey.
The crowd goes wild. Yes, the monkey's back.
And then I'll move to bear.
All right. Brutog and Pyros are out. Oh, I cannot remove Pyros. There we go. Celery.
Let's hope you're stuck there. It doesn't really change what I'm doing.
Intelligence save.
Crenshaw.
That's all. What celery?
No, intelligence
Oh,
save
I
from
did
you.
mine.
Sorry. I completely didn't hear that intelligence save. Again, no disadvantage. Sorry, but that's 15. So I failed.
Yep. You take 12 and then pierce the D4 to your save when you start your deck save.
So you cannot make the deck save.
Yeah, let's hope he fails the deck save.
Crenshaw, it's your turn then.
So do I take that -2, or do I roll when after I roll?
So basically, you roll your regular deck save, but then you're going to subtract 2 from whatever the total
Okay.
is.
Yeah.
Roll
So
damage.
3d6 more.
Okay.
And you are stuck again, I suppose.
I'm stuck again.
And this time you don't have anything to throw, right?
Hmm?
You don't have anything to throw anymore. Is that it? Your end turn of turn?
I technically could try because I started the turn, so I'll use my action to, because I'm looking at the spell again.
Yeah, you can use your action to try and get out.
I will use my action then to try and get out. And I failed. So that's all. That's all. I can.
Okay. Mervin, you have a monkey again.
Yeah, I'm gonna see if I can whisper to Monkey Fred. Be gentler than last time.
I have the intelligence of a monkey.
Which you've
Don't
already
hurt
established
me,
is the
Red.
same as your regular intelligence.
This is a fresh monkey, right? So
Yep.
its hit points are full. Yeah.
But my
Boy.
constitution is the same. So
Yep.
I'll do.
So basically,
Eh.
hit him lots of times or hit him with one big thing so that he's no longer concentrating.
I see. Oh, I see. Trying to knock him out of concentration. How does the concentration checks work? Right? It's
10 or half the damage taken, whatever's higher.
all back up and use my crossbow, and we'll do sharpshooter. 15 hit you?
15. Does hit, yeah.
It does? Okay. So it's 24, and then I will use Arcane Jolt, one Arcane Jolt, to have extra 2d6. That's 10. So it's 34 damage.
So DC 17 on your con.
Yeah.
I'm afraid of the monkey. I don't like the monkey.
Yeah, okay. I turn back into normal Fred.
Sorry, Fred. Sorry.
You're going to kill me in a second.
So the question is, does Mervin want to be in the finals?
Does Mervin want to be in the finals?
Does Mervin want the chance
Well-
at revenge against for beating down Todd?
Yeah. Because it is gonna be Brewtog in the final. Because I can't see any way the Crenshaw celery fuck shit show is gonna win the vote. So
And the crowd might find it very
I-
satisfying if Crenshaw does manage to take him down, but
oh, I only shot once with my crossbow so
Mhm.
far. I can shoot him a second time.
Mm.
Let sharpshooter decide.
Yeah. You know what? Let's do sharpshooter.
What I'm going to do is use a lucky die on that. So that
make
you
me
have to
re-roll?
re-roll it. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
11.
Yep.
Oh, 11. It misses
11
you.
does actually miss, yeah.
Lucky.
Yeah. Wow.
because that one would have done even more
Uh,
damage.
Yeah.
All right, Todd.
Todd moves up. And Todd will attack.
So close.
12.
right.
And I'm deciding whether I want to use Arcane Jolt to take Fred down.
I think it's only once per turn anyway, so I don't think you can use it.
Oh, you're right. It definitely is. Yeah. Yeah, it definitely is. Yeah. That's it. That's my turn. Your turn. Can you do some damage?
Okay, Fred, before you take your action, I would like to note that, first of all, Mervyn has hit you real hard here. But second of all, while you were monkey and Mervyn was whispering to you, be gentle, you didn't actually understand that, so you have not heard any pleas.
If you want to use more stuff, you can use Cure Wounds on yourself.
I don't have cure wounds on
Oh,
myself.
no, that was... Never mind, that's celery.
See, I can kill Mervyn right now. I objectively can do that. I can 7th level Cone of Cold. There's no way Mervyn survives that. And I can also use the unsettling words to minus a D10 from the save. So,
But then you don't have that for the final fight.
yes. However, you've put me in a very awkward spot where I sort of have to use that or something else as powerful. Because now I'm at a point where I have to really go for the kill because I can't really half-ass this.
I mean, Firebolt might take me down.
It won't, no.
3d8?
That's 3 damage,
D10
knowing me.
Kate, you've made Frid mad. You've unleashed Hulk Frid.
And of course, using a ranged attack spell while Todd is right next to you means it's disadvantage.
It is. So you'd want to do something that forced me to make a save would be the better option.
Yeah,
If Mervyn prepared absorb elements, then he can still survive. Cone of Cold.
I actually have a scroll of absorb elements.
I don't know if it could really do enough to block it, though.
Depends what the roll is. Yeah.
I also have a potion of invisibility.
Interesting. Interesting.
How much damage does that do? That just does 1d8. Yeah, that's not enough.
Just go for the kill.
Yeah, I genuinely... Fred
Don't
doesn't want
use
to
your
get
s-
hurt. I
use your second
literally have
level
nothing
spell.
else that will kill you. I have nothing else that will kill you other than that. So I am going to... How much health does Mervyn have in total? Hang on a
15.
second.
Oh, could you fully kill me?
Yeah. Doesn't look
Looks like
quite good.
86. I don't think you're going to have that issue.
Yeah, so I'm going to... Fred doesn't want to lose. He doesn't want to get hurt. So,
Mhm.
and Mervyn has been hurting him quite a bit. So Fred is quite happy to cast a 7th level Cone of Cold.
Yeah, I mean, your pre-battle whispering like, let's not do anything real, let's conserve our stuff. It's pretty much gone.
Well, it
Yeah.
had gone out the window. Well, I got scared, and I also haven't used that much stuff.
Are you just hitting Mervyn with this, or Todd as well?
I suppose I can hit both.
Is there
Do I
any
have to
real
move
point
back?
to?
Are you being petty or not?
Yeah, there's no reason to hit Todd. You don't need to hit Todd.
Sure. I won't.
But you can. Mervyn's hit you. Todd's hit you.
So,
Oh
since you're
yeah,
doing
I
it
forgot to do that as well. Yeah, I keep forgetting each time to do the unsettling words. Each time.
So if you're doing it at 7th level, that's 10d8 cold damage.
Yeah.
Mhm. Give us a roll. And also, Mervyn, do the roll, the saving throw.
On save.
It's con save.
Mhm.
Okay.
So Mervyn is dead.
Yeah, Mervyn can't save it.
Wait.
There's no combination of things you do that will save you because it's a minimum of like 18 damage.
Well, I mean, I guess if you
No,
have the
I
absorb
mean-
elements and you succeed, then you would still
Oh,
be up.
I can't use my only if I had succeeded and used absorb elements.
Yeah.
If I use Flash of Genius right now, I can't do the absorb elements, and there's no way.
Yep.
Yeah, I go down. There's nothing I can do. Yeah.
Dead.
But I mean, that has
the-
to be like a really engaging fight that like Fred got down to 7. before he killed me.
The crowd goes wild. They're like, yeah, go blue person. All right, Celery.
I'm just gonna firebolt.
It's down to Celery and Crenshaw.
Let's see
Spider
if I can
versus
hit.
wizard.
Nope.
Going back to
It's 21. It's a 21.
Oh no, 21. That doesn't hit.
Yeah. Uh,
Roll
how did
3d6. Oh, sorry. You have your stuff.
Wait,
Up. Sorry.
I'm still thinking like, how do I get engaged? I guess I have to go back in, right? Otherwise, people think I'm like running all the time.
After having run around the arena.
1, 2. I need to calculate. Sorry. So this 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So I can end up here. Here. Yep. And then this is the 3d6. And it's your turn.
Right, so that's 16. And I will try to release from this hell. Nope. That's all.
Celery.
Try the same thing. Is there anything I can do to like incite the crowd? Like, you guys like fire? Let's just continue doing that. Oh, it misses. Okay, just the
Missed.
3d6 again.
Yep. 11. I'm trying to get out.
Yep.
I get out.
All right.
Yep.
So that's 10, 15. I get in here, but that was my action. So your turn now.
Shut up. Oh my god, I haven't created a single time. This is insane.
Well,
Oh.
oh no, sorry. That was. Oh, that's okay. So that's. I'm at 3 hit points.
What do I do? Like, nah, I can't even decide whether I'll just stay there. If you win, you win. I have 41 health.
Yes.
Oh
Can't even
yeah.
be bothered. This crowd. I can't even be bothered with this stupid crowd.
Crenshaw.
Okay, so.
Shell.
Shield.
And this 13 and 22.
The 22 hits.
That's 16 hit.
Yeah, a 16 hit. Oh wait, no, the last one. The 16 misses.
Okay.
My AC is 19.
so-
Yep. The last one hits.
Okay, so 16 misses, so just the last one. So that's 25 damage.
My God, Celery's gonna win.
Here's my last shocking grabs, and hopefully it hits. I'll finally crit.
It-
Oh, it hits. Yeah, it hits.
Hits, I'm down.
Oh my god.
You won.
Crenshaw goes down. The crowd is, everybody's like, the crowd's gone like really weird. Everyone's confused. They're like, what just happened? What was that?
You just tased him.
Yeah.
That's all you did.
This crowd is so difficult to please. So I'm like, I don't really think anything would happen out of it.
Everybody's just murmuring in strange like confusion. The organizer gets up and shouts, "The battles are done. The round is over. Will the winners come to me? Just a moment."
Yep.
So
Do that.
I
Hold on,
guess,
he's on the ground. Is my dear friend Fred gonna help me?
I was told to follow. So I do that.
Brutog helped me up,
Todd
so I guess I can collect the other two.
So the other you others are also like told to go and like get yourselves to the healers, and they can fix you up.
All right, Todd carries me to the healer.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to say it, but like, I mean, technically, if we wanted to be real technical about it, Frid never won the battle because Todd is still up at full health.
Isn't it something like once you get knocked out, all of the thing does is like protect your body and that's it?
No, actually,
No.
after I get knocked out, he acts of his own free will.
Oh, okay.
He
They
can
are actually
choose his
different
action on
than.
his own. So technically, actually, you were right, Dupe. Todd is still up at full health.
But Frid has been declared the winner.
That's fine.
Nobody cared to ask about the intricacies of your battle buddy.
Okay.
Anyways, Brutog, Celery, and Frid, you are all brought up to the organizer, and they just like looking at Celery and being like, "What was that? You were supposed to fight."
I was in melee half the time. I was doing shocking grabs half the time.
Twice.
It was a fight.
Just twice.
3-4
All
times
you
actually.
did was teleport across the field to make Cruncher run after you, restrain him, and then.
Did you see how much damage he did to me in like
That's all
one
you
turn?
did.
In literally one turn, he would have wiped me out. That's like no way.
Oh
I'd
no, you did
survive
one
otherwise.
fireball. I take that back. That's the flashiest thing you did. You did a fireball.
So the organizer says, "Well, look, I'm gonna be real with you here. There's no way you're gonna be winning this contest here. The crowd is not gonna like you at all. Your friend would have probably had a much better chance, but." Yeah, I don't know if we even need to ask the crowd. It's obvious, though. Then the organizer looks at Frid and is like, "Are you sure you want to fight? I don't think you can."
Looks at my stats right now. My -4 to everything.
What do you have left in the tank?
Okay. Over the table, what I have left in the tank: 4 first level spell slots, 1 second level spell slot, 2 third level spell slots, and 1 fourth level spell slots.
Enough.
I also have 1 lucky charge, and 2 bardic inspiration, and 4 sorcery points.
But you can't give yourself bard. Oh, but you can use it for like unsettling words and stuff.
Yeah. So basically, there's 0 chance I win this. Like, 0. The way this is made, casters have a very clear disadvantage against melees. A very clear disadvantage.
Yeah, the thing is, if I
Unless
don't
you're able
cast
to break
spell
out
and
of a
just
grapple.
fight, if I don't cast and I just fight like melee against Crenshaw, I'm out in 2 turns. Like, why would I bother?
The thing is,
to
because
even
with the health
compete?
being replenished, that's an additional resource for everyone. But health benefits melees a lot more than it does casters.
Oh.
That's what I meant.
Hang on. Hang on.
But anyway,
So-
once the competition is over, I would apologize to Crenshaw. I know this is not the battle you want, but this is the only way I can win. Otherwise,
You
there's
won.
no way to me even trying this competition.
Crenshaw, he basically
have
just
something that might
leaves.
help
But
you.
after, but if you say that before he leaves, he would just say, "You won fair and square." But he does feel hurt.
So the organizer asks Frid, like, "Do you really want to fight, Brutog here?"
I I have some things that might help.
There's
you,
no way. You're not here, Mervin.
but-
You're
Oh,
not
I'm
here.
right.
I can't put up a visually entertaining fight, if that's what you're asking for.
The
I will
organizer
just remind
says-
you of one thing. Your sword, they could potentially restrain him.
Yeah, here's actually a question, Dupe. If I don't, like, if I have the sword out, I then polymorph without holding onto the sword, pick up the sword. Can I then use the sword, or is it attuned to me as a dragonborn and not me as a monkey?
Monkey.
No, you're not going to be able to use the sword as a monkey. No. There's many intricacies to that question, but in this particular situation, you turning into a giant ape, no, you cannot use that sword.
Um,
Can he please
There's-
take part?
that's-
No. As like again, the organizer is asking Frid right now, not anybody else here. Okay.
I know.
Nope.
I don't
Why
mind
don't you
being
try?
good sports
You could.
and give the people their show, but so I will participate.
The organizer's looking at you and saying, really? I mean, look, seeing as how that one fight went, I'm sure we can probably get the people behind if you get your other friend in here for a real fight, okay?
My other friend,
Sure.
Yeah, the half-orc.
that could be doable.
Looking at Frid, he's still like, so I'm just making sure, because technically I think you would be the one who would be going there, but I think we can manage it if you want to concede your position to your friend.
Yeah, let's do that. I'll let the people have a performance that entertains them. A fight that entertains them. Not a performance.
He turns to Brutog and asks, Brutog, is this okay for you as well? Have a real fight, you know. Brutog just says, yeah, I want to beat that one up. And so he says, could you go and fetch your friend?
I will go and speak to you, Crenshaw.
You could just cast message and have him over, right?
Effort. This feels like something that should be said in person.
Sure.
So you are over there. So do you need me to move over there or no?
I mean, I didn't like put my.
The tokens are not
Yeah.
Yeah.
where they are. This
He
is for the
basically
battle.
is, like, just outside of the arena.
Yeah,
How I was like imagining it.
all of you are outside of the arena.
Crenshaw, would you like to take my place and fight in the final?
But I didn't win.
The organizers said that it would be okay, as there's no real way I would win. I'm sort of out of gas in the tank.
It feels like they want me on that arena just so I can be some kind of enjoyment for them. I didn't win.
Are you sure this could be your chance to get the title and help find information about your mother?
But I didn't get there fair and square. If they're okay with that, I don't know why, but
I think they just want a good fight. It's for the crowd. They're going to see me get torn to shreds. You might stand a chance against him.
I will do that, but mostly because I want to beat this guy down. But sure. But if I win, that's not really a win. but I'll do this.
Do you go back to the organizer?
Sure.
I'll go with them and say that, yeah, we're doing it.
Yep. The organizer then says, all right, hold on here. And they start speaking to the crowd and they yell out, people, there has been an upset in the competition. We have disqualified the cowardly mage.
I approve of that comment.
And the crowd is cheering. Yeah, yeah.
I agree with the
Instead, we will be deciding who goes in last. Will it be Brutog the Great? Will it be the organizer looks back at you and looks at Frida and says, "What's your name?"
Fredrison, the marvelous.
Fridrison the Blue.
Blue.
Or would it be the great Crenshaw who was stolen the victory by the cowardly mage? And the organizer just says, shout out who you want out of the game. And you hear everybody just start shouting, yelling names at the same time. You hear a couple of Brutogs in there. You do hear somebody screaming at the top of their lungs, "That cowardly mage!" And then you hear a mixture of like Crenshaw and Frid, and the organizer is like acting out like, "Oh, who is it? Who is it?" The finals will be Brutog versus Crenshaw. And with that, I guess they. Yes, but I guess I just realized that I guess they cannot fight in the middle of the arena because somebody has put a dog there.
Why wouldn't they fight? The dog's invisible.
Yes, but it makes noise.
No one knows it's there.
I mean, it starts barking.
They
it does
know
something.
because
No, I know that, but like they don't. The organizers of the fight and the audience don't necessarily understand
Yeah,
why there was barking
but-
during the original fight.
yeah, but as if Brutog and Crenshaw go there, then the barking starts, so they have to move out. So, anyways, they will have to fight somewhere else then next to the barking dog.
Right. No, that makes no sense. Why wouldn't they be able to stand next to the bark? They're not forced
Because
out of that
they
space.
don't.
They can
Yeah,
tell
but
there's
because they
something magic there.
They don't want this barking dog to be barking throughout the fight.
One of the things I wanted to do was talk to Crenshaw about the dog.
But
Um,
you can talk to me about it. I think before the fight.
don't we have just like a tiny bit of time?
Yeah, I mean, yes, you have. All I was saying is that they probably won't be fighting in the middle of a battle because there's a barking dog there.
Fine. I will inform Crenshaw of where the dog is. I'll point to where it is, and I go, if you can get next to it, it will attack Brutog once I do something in a second.
I understand. Wait, before you do anything, can you dispel it?
I think I can,
Probably.
yeah. I can.
I would like to win this fight fair and square.
What?
It's
Why?
I mean,
just-
if we really wanted to, we could always
Why?
spell Phantasmal Force from afar, right?
because I want to prove myself to myself. I don't care what they think. In the battle, if we fight for our lives, I don't care. You can do whatever. and I will appreciate that. And I appreciate your intention to help me. That's admirable, and thank you.
Mm-hmm. So you don't want the dog.
This fight I would like to win without any help.
So you don't want haste either.
No,
I mean,
fair and square.
fair and square. There's this, but
I mean, Mervyn would
You want to
also.
just go first then?
So you probably picked up on it, but like the crowd also likes it when it's a fair and square fight. So any trickeries are probably not going to be looked upon very well in the finals.
But it does 4d8 damage. And I haven't gotten to use it. Fine.
you will have an opportunity to use this.
You don't want you sure you don't want haste?
I'm sure.
Okay, fine. Whatever.
Please
won't
don't
do
take that as
anything.
an insult to your abilities.
I am.
But I'm sure with your help, I would win this with no issue.
Yeah. Exactly.
It's not about just winning. It's about how I win.
He's the most honorable out of us, Mervyn. I'm like, yeah, you know what I would do to win?
It's
I'll just put him in
admirable that he
boss
doesn't
cage.
care if we lose as a team.
Yeah.
Just as a reminder, this contest, there's no monetary prize or anything like that. It's about a title. It's about respect.
Yeah, I guess so, yeah. Yeah.
Because even if I win by using your amazing magical abilities,
Thank
if they know about that, if they learn about that, then they would probably notice something. Someone would. I will be as much as losing here.
All right, fine. Whatever. I will not do the
Roll.
other thing I was gonna do.
Roll for initiative then, Crenshaw, and also heal yourself up.
Yep.
Going in at 0 health, dying immediately.
Would Crenshaw
Yeah,
have
the dog is
benefited from a
barking.
shot?
Okay,
asking
when
you
does
that.
it not bark? What is the range? Okay.
30 feet.
Then Crenshaw and Brutog are advised to stay in the northern side of the arena, so there's no distractions. But yeah, roll your initiative, Crenshaw.
All right. Yeah. All right. Initiative 5.
5. You go second. All right. Is there anything else you want to do in preparation before the fight?
I fire up my sword. I mean, it was still fired up, but that's all. I used everything I have.
Okay.
Going second is probably better for you in this case since you're starting off 40 feet away.
Brutog looks at you and just says to you, "They brought one of the losers to fight me, I see. One of the half-breeds. Well, you know, hold on, what was it supposed to say? Wait, no. Hold on, I got it here. Yeah. Brutog looks at you and says, you know, for us orcs, we know that grooms watches over us. I know Grooms does not care about half-blooded people like you, but Grooms is up there watching me win my glory. And if he doesn't, to hell with him. Now we fight. And Brutog is going to menacingly walk right there and says, "Come on, let's go." And assumes some sort of fighting position.
Okay.
Patient defense.
All right. Okay, so I did have more than a minute to observe him, so I would use Know Your Enemy
Mm-hmm.
because I'm just curious, more or less. Okay. All right. So first, I'll ask about armor class. Is it superior, inferior, or equal to my armor class?
To yours? Inferior.
Inferior. Good.
Yeah.
Current hit points.
I think most are gonna be inferior to your
I
AC.
know, but I just wanted to make sure.
Yeah. Superior, yeah.
Current hit point superior. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
All right. I know that he's probably prepared for me, but still, I'll just rush forward towards him.
Mm-hmm.
Does he do anything?
Yes. As
Okay.
you enter in, Brutog actually this time doesn't use his fists. He actually does a leg sweep and tries to knock you prone with that.
Okay.
Hold on. I did not
You
actually
didn't
have
have
this.
any rest, right?
No. Sorry, I forgot to put this down in the macros. Okay, so so strength saving throw for you.
Strength saving throw. Okay.
Yeah.
24.
Yep. That's a save. You do still take 9 points of bludgeoning damage.
That's fine. And I basically just maybe I block his kick with my armor, and I will just unleash my attacks at him.
Yep.
14. Probably no. That's all misses, I guess.
That is all misses. Yes.
That's okay.
Sorry.
I was kind of just trying it, but unfortunately not high enough roll for me to try it.
All right. Brutog is going to go ahead and try to just do some good old boxing against you. I love the idea of like one person with this huge flaming sword and the other one's just like throwing some punches. You have 22, so all misses. The crowd is like, hit somebody. Hit somebody already.
All right.
Brutog is gonna do some tactical maneuvering. And then it's Crenshaw's turn.
I'll try again if that won't work. Bleeding him out with less damage will probably be more useful. Oh, 20.
That's a hit.
All right. That's 20 damage.
All right.
For now. That's all. I turn to him. I follow him with my sword. Crenshaw like Brutok is definitely very brutal. Crenshaw is more like kind of like laid back, like relaxed, more like relying on his skill rather than just his brutal force.
Hmm. I mean, Brutog is also like surprisingly like agile and skillful. Basically, being this like brutal monk that just like beats people up. Well, I mean that's what monks do, but you know, you know what I mean.
I know what you mean. I know what you mean.
Anyways, Brutog is gonna go ahead and just try to do the same thing again. Just kind of seems to be testing you out, saying like, let's try that again, and comes in with some more punches, and all of them missing.
Well, I guess
That AC.
I guess your god doesn't care, huh?
I guess I also don't need to keep track of the turn order. I just realized.
Yeah, it was important who starts. That was important.
Yeah.
All right, now without Great Weapon Master. 29, 29, and 20.
Those are all hits.
Yeah, so basically, he is, instead of like having this wide swing stance, he kind of goes a bit back, switches to upper stance, and just starts using more technique. All right, so that's boom, and it's definitely more effective at this point. So that is in total, that's 20 damage. That's 53 damage in total.
Brutog just takes a couple of hits and it's just like, well then, I see we are fighting for real then. All right.
See, we are.
In that case, Brutog's just gonna say like, haha, but I'm not left-handed. But he's been fighting with both hands anyway.
I'm actually a
So
kick
do
specialist.
I. Okay, so in that case, yes, maybe. Perhaps. Not yet. Brutog is going to try to do that switcheroo move, and just try to like grab you and smash you down. So that's gonna be no, it's just an attack from him, actually.
All right.
This is not a nice attack. Well, it misses. So that is also one thing with that Brutog can only do, like, the only thing he can do that turn is that, so it's your turn again. Brutog's going to do a tactical move.
Yeah, so as I dodge it, I'll just go bam, 28, 20. That's a 1, unfortunately, but 2 attacks, I think, hit.
Yep.
Okay, 20, 30, for 42 damage.
Whoa.
So he's like jumping, trying to catch me. I just move to the side, and I'm just like bleeding him out. I cut him. The wound is immediately cauterized with my sword.
Brutog is looking already a little bit like to be in a bit of a rough shape. He just sort of wipes out some blood and says, all right, let's see how you fight without that sword. And he is going to try and disarm you.
All right.
So you're gonna have to do a dexterity saving throw.
Okay, that is bad. That's a 20.
You you drop your sword.
Wow.
Okay.
So it's on the ground next to you, so you can just pick it up if you want. And then Brutog is going to just sort of stand there and just take a deep breath, and he's no longer bloodied.
Okay.
Speaks fire.
So, as he's taking a moment to breathe, just like just with a head, I just like throw the sword up. I grab it in the air and then just follow with some quick cuts. Because I assume that's the picking up is like because okay, kind of depends on
Mm.
GM. Is it because generally, if I recall, I might be just playing it wrong, but the first item interaction you make in the round is free. At least I always played it like that, but it depends on you.
Yeah, for like small stuff. Picking up your weapon isn't that small.
I can use an action on that if
Yeah, I think let's make it an action here. So
again,
you lose your action on
kicks
that.
he kicks it up, grabs it, holds it tight, and just goes to defensive for a second.
Mhm. After taking a breath, Brutog comes in now with a new flurry of punches and says, "You're nothing without that sword." And let's see if any of these hit, because you really do have quite an AC. Ooh, that is a crit. So one hit.
Okay.
You take a whopping 22 points of bludgeoning damage. As Brutog comes in with a surprise uppercut into your jaw or something like that.
All right. Okay. Mm. I guess you would be nothing without your tongue. And let's talk more fighting. And 12, 29, and nothing. Fuck. Okay. That is still 27 damage from one attack.
Yep. Brutog is in fact again bloodied. And he says, "Huh. Well, let's try this one more time." And comes in with a triple strike at you. With 2 hits. For 23 damage.
Okay.
And then it's your turn.
Okay. Let me check something, okay?
Yep.
Don't think this will be. Just want to check the rule book for a second. As quickly because I know where to look. Okay. All right. So with my first attack, I'll try to shove him
Mm-hmm.
to basically throw him on the ground. So I roll athletics. He rolls athletics or acrobatics. Probably is good at it. I kind of want to test him. So my roll is a crit. It's a 30.
Well. There's there's a chance.
There is a chance. I have 10, so he's big and he's agile. So I guess that he also has a pretty high modifier.
Yep. But so you want to knock him prone?
Knock him prone, and I still have my 2 attacks, but this time with advantage.
Yep. He indeed falls prone.
All right. So 20 and 25.
Both hit.
So 20 plus 19, that's 39 damage.
Oof.
So I just like shoved him with my shoulder and then just like hit as he's laying down, not giving him a chance to breathe again. I take a breather. Maybe I don't want to murder him.
Brutog is going to is like on the ground and a little bit stunned, but then quickly shakes it off and just athletically just sort of jumps up straight to his feet, and he says, "Let's try that on you," and does the same. So this time he's doing a shove. So it's going to be your skill roll.
You can't even figure out your own tactics.
To be fair, he has tried to knock you prone twice already.
I know. That's 22, so he might do it.
Yeah.
Actually.
He does it. So you are knocked prone, then he comes in with 2 punches. It's a mirror match.
I'm sure the crowd is loving the exchange.
Yeah, the crowd is going wild at this. They're like, yeah! Crenshaw is actually winning a lot of the crowd over. That is okay. You take are any of you others like cheering Crenshaw, or is anyone cheering Brutog?
Oh, clear for Chentra.
Yeah, definitely cheering Crenshaw on. You got this.
Yeah, we're trying. Maybe a little bit of revenge for Todd or so, something like that.
Revenge. You take 35 points of damage.
Okay, this is starting to
Almost there.
not fun.
And you are knocked prone still.
Yep, I kick him. I stand up. So and then I will just continue. I'm not throwing him prone now. It's that's already done. If I'm not a one-trick pony. 21.
So instead you do 3 attacks.
Yes,
like every other turn.
2 hits. Or in total, that's 35, 42 damage.
42?
42.
Brutog's like barely holding up. He's like, I'm not gonna lose to you. I'm gonna be champion. My kid's watching. And then he
I'm sure I'm sure they'll appreciate this lesson.
then he just lets out a big roar, and he's like, "Argh!" and comes in for some more punches at you. And 1. Oof. Okay, all of them hit. I guess it's actually coming down to the rolls here.
Would now be a good time for the time stone.
We've already
we
used
used it during the last session. I don't remember what we used it on, but I remember using it.
Okay. You're right.
How much is that altogether then? Calculator.
Should be there.
Cha. 42 points of damage.
I'm left with 7 hit
Last
points.
round. Last round.
So
Gotta make
yeah,
it count.
so he punches me back. I try to parry, but he's really giving his all. So all right, I'm attacking back. I'll do one attack by one, okay?
Okay.
Because I have a cool idea. So first 20 with Wormtooth.
That is a hit.
That's 19 damage.
How do you attack Brutog? What kind of slice is this?
I am basically just like slicing on his like I'm trying to like slice just like right below the shoulder, not to cut off his hands, of course, but just to go like cut very surface level on his muscles, so his like hands will just until they are healed will just go temporarily numb,
Mhm.
just on the nerves basically.
Well, your attack is a little bit inaccurate, and you hit a little bit like harder than you'd like, and so you strike at Brutog from one side, and he takes the hit, and he's hobbling, and he then just sort of falls down.
We
Okay.
all
And
cheer.
I just like look at the orcs around. And I tell, I won because of my skills, not your god. I spit on the ground. I'm better than any of you.
It's about gaining respect.
Drops in some blasphemy at the end. The crowd cheers. Some of them are like boo, boo, but most of them are cheering. And the organizer's trying to yell over all the crowd and say that Crenshaw is the champion. And Brutog's just sort of out, half unconscious on the ground.
Guys, we might have to leave immediately.
Maybe. Yeah.
Should be fine. You have a new champion in the midst.
Where does Crenshaw just leaves. Mic drop and leaves. I assume everybody else is together.
Thank you for this opportunity. I appreciate it.
Has Mervyn and Fred had any sort of discussion?
I guess I would.
Afterwards, yeah.
If there's like a concessions stand for this arena, I'd want to get Fred like an ale or something, and go over and say, we agreed that we would hold back and I would lose, and I'd like to apologize for panicking. The monkey was really scary. And I guess my instincts kicked in, but I regardless, I am really sorry, Fred, that about how that fight went down, just in its entirety.
Mhm. Yep.
Yep.
But yeah, I
Okay.
guess when Crenshaw comes over to thank everyone, I just say, you were the best person to be standing up there in that final fight.
How much
For an
damage you're
honorable
doing
fight.
each turn.
When I'm like, when it's an honorable fight, yeah, he's the best person. It's an
I can-
honorable one. I'm like, I'm not too sure.
I appreciate those words. They mean a lot to me. They really do. And Frigga, I still feel that you won, and you probably should be there, but still, thank you. That really means a lot to me.
No worries. Just remember, I'm the cause of everything. The be all end all. You may be the champion, but I am Fred the Blue.
The magnificent. And I prefer normal fight for life and death rather than this theater. Anyway, I myself personally, you are definitely
we put on a fantastic show, Fred. I will say though.
You did.
Do you
You
think?
did.
I'm sure it still felt great to get up there and beat the snot out of him, though.
Oh, it felt amazing. He does hit like a bear, though.
Oh, I know.
Pat on the shoulder. That's why I wear armor. I'm afraid this might have hurt him more than it hurt me.
The organizer comes over and comes to Crenshaw and says, "Congratulations. You will now be known all over the land as Crenshaw, the champion. You won fair and square, and believe me, the crowd loved it all. And we've had a great contest here today. A lot of good stuff, also some less good." And he gives side eye to Celery.
I'm ignoring the eye. I was like, whatever.
Maybe on the stage that wasn't good, but that can save that kind of tactic that he used might save so many lives. Just because some ignorant people who never seen a real fight might think that it's not very spectacular doesn't mean that it's bad. He's a hell of a
No,
fighter.
I kind of approve of your name of the cowardly mage. Yep, I totally agree with it. I'll be like, I find that like a compliment.
All right then.
Pyro, it's you and I. We need titles. Gotta figure that out.
We can
Everyone
workshop it.
else. Yeah.
But that is where we will be leaving today, though. Next time there will be a little bit more talking with some people relating to the conquest of champions here, but contest of champions. But otherwise, who knows what happens next? Maybe you'll skip town. Maybe you won't.
I will say
We are still part of the disease, right? We're still inside the disease town.
if I was going to predict how a Celery versus Crenshaw fight was going to go down, I would not have expected how it did. I mean,
That
you
was a
like,
good
really,
tactic. Like,
it was great.
I mean, you've seen Celery
Playing how
fight
a
before.
wizard would.
Yeah.
Yeah, you
Yeah,
That's
know
basically what
Ooh.
Celery does.
you know Celery just runs away.
Yeah, yeah.
it's definitely a winning tactic. So
All right, but anyways,
maybe not crowd pleasing tactic, but winning tactic.
I hope you had some fun fighting each other here today. Next time it's gonna be life or death. And by the by, for next time, I'll let you know what kind of injuries you sustained. So Pyros, Mervyn, and Crenshaw are the ones who are gonna have some sort of injury. Probably nothing too bad,
Right.
but you know.
Yeah. Seen worse.
Yeah. Oh, and I did want to actually hand you some homework for next time, because I know some of you have set it up, but some don't. I would like all of you to note down in your character sheet your character's alignment, because that is now actually important information, since you are carrying an item that relates to alignment. So I need to know it.
Have it there.
Yeah.
already have it there. So.
Yeah, but that's it. See you all next week. Bye.
See ya.
Bye.
Bye.
All right, and thank you all for watching this big fight on Twitch side. So stream wise, next week's going to be the same. We'll be having some Final Fantasy and D&D, and perhaps something else. We'll see what happens. Goodbye, Fox. Anyways, that's it all for today. Thank you. Bye.